We're in the record. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2576 of the Open Meetings Act, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Although the mayor's declared public emergency expired February 25th, 2022, public bodies may continue to meet remotely pursuant to the electronic meeting requirements of the OMA. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are also authorized under Title 25-204.1. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other ABC board members who are also participating electronically pursuant to Mayor's Order 2022-007. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Hansen, present.
And Mr. Edward Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with this morning's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 7 cases scheduled for this morning. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the right for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you'll remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first order of business today, it's a protest hearing status case number 22, PRO 00006, Axum Restaurant license number 119716. Could you please elevate the rights of the participants in this case, please?
Good morning, board members. Please stand by.
Thank you.
Adenich Jevermesco, your rights have been elevated. Mulugeta Michael, your rights have been elevated. Evan Shlom, your rights have been elevated. Do not see Commissioner James Turner at this time. Thank you.
Thank
That
you.
is
I
all.
believe, thank you. I believe those are the parties in this case. Thank you. Okay, good morning. All right, good morning, everyone. This is we had some technical difficulties last week, so hopefully this week we'll move forward without any further technical difficulties. Let's have the parties identify themselves for the record. Let's start with the licensee. I would like you to spell and state your name for the record, please. Start with the licensee. You're on mute.
Good morning. My name is Adenich Jevermesco.
All right, hold on a minute. I see that you are logged in on two computers. I think so. There's no need for you to log in since you're together. What I'll ask you, Miss Gibber Meskel, you're also logged in, correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. All right. Why don't you log out of that site? Stay with your husband on this site, but the other site, why don't you log out on the other site? So you don't need to be logged in twice. You're fine with you stay next to each other. So on the other line that you're logged in, can you log out?
Okay.
Please leave your message for 3015.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you
Go
hear
ahead.
me now?
But you're still logged in on two sites. That's one of the reasons why. That's one of the reasons I needed to.
Okay. I would like to invite Mr. Muligeta to speak at this point.
Okay, all right, let him identify. Let him spell and state his name for the record, please.
Okay.
All right, ma'am.
Yes.
All right, you're on camera with him, and that line is mute, so I can't hear him. I can hear you when you speak on the other line. One of the lines need to be. Why don't you mute the other line and open this line that he's about to speak? Are you using the same computer? Are you open on two computers?
No, I'm attending from my place, and Mr. Muligeta's owner is attending from his place.
Oh, so okay, because on my screen you appear. I'm sorry, I can't. Well, okay. Ask him to unmute the phone.
Yes, I'm trying to contact him. I don't know.
Please leave your message for.
I'm just calling to him because he is just unmute himself. I'm trying to contact him.
All right.
Just give me just few minutes.
Okay,
Let me.
that's fine. All right. Okay, that's fine. All right. I thought that. All right. Okay. All right. Hello.
Indeed.
All right. Okay. All right.
Hello. እነሱ አድርገውሻል አድርጋችኋል አንሚት አድርጉት hello Muligeta, you are your camera is unmuted. You have to be click unmute and introduce.
I did, but no, I do. See them.
Hello,
Yes.
Mr. Muligeta told me he is not elevated. He cannot unmute himself.
All right. Miss, can you please unmute? Can you please unmute the other line, please?
My line?
No, not you, ma'am. I'm speaking to our
Okay.
IT specialist.
Okay.
Hello.
Can you speak now, sir? Sir, can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir?
Hello.
Yes, okay. I need you to, all right, speak louder, sir. I still can't hear you. Your line is unmuted, but I can't hear you.
No, no.
I am talking with him by my phone. He could not unmute himself.
He has been unmuted, but I can't hear him. He's on mute now. He's unmuted now.
No, Brahani, you have to unmute yourself. Sir, can you give me 1 minute? Let me explain to them. 1 minute.
Sure, why don't you put yourself on mute while you speak to him? Yes.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Mulugeta, laptop show it is mute, but whenever he speak, no one hear. He
It's
cannot
from his
attend.
end because at least from my end, my end, it says that at least from my end, it says that he's unmuted. So,
How?
Ms. Foshbaum, is that line unmuted? Ms. Foshbaum, is that line unmuted?
Chairperson, his line is unmuted.
All right, thank you. Sir, can you speak? No, I can't. It's from. All right, it's from their line. Can they ask them? It's something on their end. I think that they need to call in.
Okay.
What is the phone number for them to call in? It's some I can see them. It is something on their line where they are unmuted, and I don't know why I can't hear them, but it's from their end. So what I'm
Can I?
suggesting
Mhm.
is that
Can I?
they use the phone number to call in.
Can I have the phone number? They going to call.
All right.
Can I have? Mhm.
What is the phone number for them to call in, please?
The phone number is 650-479-3208 with an access code of 2303-136-8587.
85?
8587.
Okay. Can I repeat the access number? 2303-136-8587. Is that correct?
This is correct. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Have they called in? Are they calling in? I see that they're dialing some numbers. So are they on the line?
Yes, they trying to, they trying to call, yes.
Find it from them if they are connected, and then I'll have their line elevated.
Hello,
Yes.
Mr. Mulugeta told me the access code, he's struggled with the access code. He's not, the access note is not working for him.
Hello, hello?
Oh, yes, I can hear him. Hello, sir. Hello? Hello? I heard his voice a minute ago. Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Yes. I thought I heard him a minute ago.
Yeah, can he attend by, he called me, can he attend the meeting by my phone?
Yes, if I can hear
Okay.
him through your phone, yes, he
Okay.
can.
I will do that.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You can if you can get him on your phone, yes, you can.
Hello, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, he can
Miss-
do that.
Mr. Mulugeta is now in my phone. You can talk with him.
Hello, hello?
Sir, can you spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mulugeta Michael. Mulegeta. And my last name is Michael. And next to me is my wife. We don't see the restaurant.
Okay, all right. Okay. I don't know why I can't hear. Ma'am, let me ask you a question. Where are you in doing this call? It
I am doing this call at my place. He is in his place.
No, I know. I'm getting some feedback from your line. I've always been getting feedback from your line, so therefore it's difficult for me to hear. I was going to ask you, I thought you and him were in the same location because I'm hearing the feedback. So that's
No,
one of the reasons why, I'm getting some feedback with your line, and so I can't, are you able to move to a different location?
no, because we are far away. He's somewhere. I'm far away.
No. I'm asking you if you're able to, physically, are you able to change your location a little bit?
Yes.
Because I'm getting feedback from your line, and so the feedback I'm getting from your line, like something's wrong with the connection. So therefore, I'm hearing him, but he sounds so far away.
Maybe let me tell him to close his laptop. You know?
All right, okay. Yes, all right.
Mulugeta,
Mr. Chairman, if I may, my understanding is Ms. Geber-Meskel is the authorized representative of the licensee. I'm perfectly willing to stipulate that she can appear on behalf of the licensee for purposes of the status hearing. I just don't want to waste more time on what's a status
Alright.
hearing. So
All right, Miss. Okay, Miss. All right. Okay. All right, Miss.
I'm just trying to be mindful of the board's time.
All right, Miss. Miss Geber-Meskel.
Yes, sir.
State your name again for the record.
My name is Adanech, Adanech, and my last name Gebermeskel.
And who are you, ma'am?
I am the one who submit the application.
And you're the representative for the licensee?
Yes, I'm attending this meeting, but I let them to explain all the situation with the protest, all the issues there.
Have you sent a
Yes,
letter to,
yes.
have you sent a letter to the agency to say that you're the authorized representative?
Yes.
And who is what's the name of the licensee? Can you spell and state their name for the record, please?
Okay, the licensee owner name,
Yes.
Mulugeta, Mulugeta, first name, and last name, Michel. Okay.
And it's correct that I see them looking at me, and it's correct that they're also participating in this hearing. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. All right. Mr. Schlum, can you spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, good morning. My name is Evan, E-V-A-N. Last name is Schlom, S-C-H-L-O-M as in Mary, and I am the abutting property owner protestant.
All right, good morning, everyone. This is a protest status hearing. It's my understanding that there was that this is the only live protest that is going on. Are there any preliminary matters that we need to address before we schedule this hearing?
None from me, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Geber-Meskel, do you have any preliminary matters you want to bring to the attention of the board?
Yes, because we got a chance to speak with the ANC
Yes, ma'am.
last time, and we just signed the ANC settlement agreement, and we provide the issue. We got a chance to discuss with issues with Mr. Salmon, sorry for the pronunciation, and we are waiting anything issues which is included to in addition to the ANC, but we would like to proceed and get our license as soon as possible, because we are, as a small business owner, we are struggling to open the business. That is our issues, yes.
Yes, I'm aware that there's a settlement agreement with the ANC, but because he's the abutting property owner, he still has standing to move forward. So I would, since you were able to sign a settlement agreement with the ANC, I'm hoping that you'll be able to also be able to. I will instruct support the parties to continue to speak, and hopefully you'll be able to reach a settlement with this party the same way you're able to reach a settlement with the ANC. So I'll just support having more conversations with the abutting property owner. So hopefully you'll be able to reach settlement as you were able to do regarding the ANC. Okay, so we support the continued conversation. All right, if there's no settlement, if this matter is not settled, then we'll have a hearing on April 6th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m.
Okay.
All right. And so if we have the hearing, then 7 days prior to the hearing, each side must disclose documents and witnesses that they're going to rely on at the hearing. So it's very important that if we have this hearing, each side disclose the documents and witnesses to both sides, to the other side, and also to the agency, okay?
Okay.
If for some reason if you need to have any assistance the agency can provide, you can contact Miss Imani Moreland at 202-442-6942. She can provide whatever assistance that each side needs. But as I said before, since the parties were able to reach settlement with the ANC, I would support the parties to continue speaking, and hopefully a settlement will be reached with the abutting property owner as one was reached with the ANC. Okay.
Okay.
All right. You have a great day, and I'm hopeful that the parties will be able to settle this matter since the ANC will settle with the ANC. Okay. So continue to speak. If not, I will see you on April 6th, I'm sorry, at 1:30 p.m. All right?
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great day. All
Thank you,
right.
Mr.
Bye-bye.
Chair.
Thank you. Bye-bye. You can sign off now, sir. The hearing is over. I can't hear you. You can sign off. All right. Thank you. The next case in our calendar is case number 21 CMP 00068. Rita Loco El Techo, license number 104119. Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, including the government?
Please stand by.
Thank you.
James Jordan, your rights have been elevated. Louis Hankins from Rita Loco is not here.
Did you see Ms. Johannes?
Sidon Johannes, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are you there, Ms. Johannes?
Yes, I am here.
All right. All right, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Jordan. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairperson. James Jordan on behalf of the district. That's James Jordan.
Good morning. Ms. Johannes, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Sidon Johannes, SIDONYOHANNES, on behalf of the licensee.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, Mr. Chairperson, the parties do not have a OIC to present at this time.
All right, thank you. This matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on April 20th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. I just want to remind both sides, if this matter goes to a show cause hearing, that each side is required to disclose documents and witnesses 7 days before the hearing to each side and also to the agency. Okay? All right. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
The next case in our calendar is case number 21 AUD 00019, Equinox Sports Club, license number 96730. Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
Jordan Wright, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. James Jordan, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairperson. James Jordan on behalf of the district, James Jordan.
Jordan Wright, can you please identify yourself and please spell and state your name for the record, please? Ms. Foshman, is Jordan Wright, is their line open? I see that it appears that I'm not sure if they are muted on whose side. Jordan Wright, can you please spell and state state your name for the record and identify yourself, please.
Sure. The name is Jordan, Jordan. Last name Raitt, Rait. And I am representing the licensee, Equinox Fitness.
All right, good morning. All right, are there, Mr. Jordan, Mr. James Jordan, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, the parties have agreed to an offer and compromise to present to the board.
And what is the offer and compromise, please?
As to charge one, failure to keep and maintain books and records, the offer and compromise is a $1,000 fine payable within 120 days, or the license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid.
That's it, Mr. Jordan?
Yes, that is it.
Mr. Wright, it's my understanding that there's an offer and compromise, and the offer and compromise is that there's a fine of $1,000 payable within 120 days. If the fine has not been paid in 120 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. Is this your understanding, sir, of the offer and compromise?
That is my understanding, sir.
Are you aware that by accepting an offer and compromise that you're giving up your right to a hearing?
I do.
Are you also aware that by accepting an offer and compromise that you're giving up your right to appeal this matter?
I do.
All right, thank you, sir. Do we have any questions by any board members on this offer in compromise? Hearing none, I therefore make a motion that the board accepts this offer in compromise of a fine of $1,000 payable within 120 days. If the fine has not been paid in 120 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. I wanted to thank the parties for agreeing to terms on this case. So the offer and compromise is that Mr. Raitt, you have 120 days from today to pay the fine. Thank you. Thank the parties for their agreement and have a great day.
Thank you very much. Have a nice one.
Thank you. Bye-bye. The next case in our calendar is case number, I'm going to call two cases. So the first case is case number 21 CMP 00064, Victory Restaurant and Lounge, license number 11739, and case number, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, and case number 21 CIT 00031, Victory Restaurant and Lounge, license number 117539. Would the parties please, Miss Fossman, can you please elevate the right of the parties in Victory Restaurant and Lounge, please?
Please stand by. Sedone Johannes, rights have already been elevated. Antoine Williams, your rights have been elevated. And Rhoda Glasgow, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. All right, so the first case we're going to address is case number 21 CIT 00031, Victory Restaurant and Lounge, license number 117539. Would the parties please identify themselves for the record, starting with the government?
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. My name is Antoine Williams on behalf of the district today.
And Ms. Johannes.
Sidon Johannes, SIDON on behalf of the licensee, Victory Restaurant and Lounge.
All right, so for the first case, are there, for case number 21 CIT 00031, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson. We've come to an OIC agreement, which will be a warning for this particular violation.
Ms. Yonis, it's my understanding there's a warning for this case. Are you in agreement with it? Well, there's a warning. So this is your understanding of the OIC in this case?
Yes, it is.
All right, then is your client aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up the right to a hearing?
Yes.
And is your client aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up their right to appeal this matter?
Yes.
All right. With that said, I will make a motion that the offer on compromise for this case, that a warning be accepted. Is there a second? Is there a second? Did someone second the motion?
Grandis will second.
All right, Mr. Grandis and Ms. Crockett, I can hardly hear you, Ms. Crockett. That's one of the reasons. Mr. Grandis and Mr. Crockett, Mr. Grandis and Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
With Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Thank the parties for having an offer in compromise for the first case. The second case I'm going to call then is case number 21 CMP 00064 Victory Restaurant and Lounge, license number 11739. This case was scheduled for a show cause hearing this morning, and so prior to doing this show cause, so let me have the parties again identify themselves for the record in the show cause hearing case 21 CMP 00064. Mr. Williams.
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. My name is Antoine Williams, ANTOINE. Last name Williams, WILLIAMS. I'll be representing the district this morning.
Ms. Johannes.
Sidon Johannes, SIDON on behalf of the licensee.
All right, thank you. This is a show cause hearing status. So I'm sorry, this one is actual show cause hearing. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson. This morning, we have reached an OIC for the establishment paying a fine of $2,000 within 120 days.
All right. Ms. Johannes, it's my understanding in this particular case that there is an offer in compromise. The offer in compromise is a fine of $2,000 payable within 120 days. If the fine has not been paid in 120 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. Is this your understanding of the offer in compromise?
Yes, it is.
Is your client aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up their right to a hearing?
Yes.
Is your client also aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up their right to appeal this matter?
Yes.
Thank you. Any questions by any board members on this matter? Hearing none, I make a motion that the offer in compromise of a fine of $2,000 payable within 120 days be accepted. If the fine is not payable within 120 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
And with Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Once again, I would like to thank the parties for coming to terms on this offer and compromise. So thank you guys. Thank you very much and have a great day.
You too. Thank you.
The next case in our calendar is case number 21 CMP 00062 Empire Lounge, license number 110702. This case has been rescheduled to March 30th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. at the request of the government. The next case on our calendar is case number 21 CMP 00054 Mirror Lounge, license number 111950. Would Ms. Fossman, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this particular case, please?
Stand by. Sedone Johannes's rights have been elevated. Antoine Williams's rights have been elevated. I do not see a investigator present. It's like it would be Investigator Murray.
I believe that we're okay at the moment without an investigator. I believe so, but we'll see. All right. Let's have the parties identify themselves for the record, starting with government, please.
Mr. Chairperson, I don't see Attorney Williams, but I can present this, Mr. Chairperson.
All right, then fine. All right, then fine. Go ahead, Mr. Jordan.
James Jordan on behalf of the district. That's James Jordan.
Good morning again, Mr. Jordan. Ms. Johannes, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Sure. Sidon Johannes, SIDON on behalf of the licensee.
All right, thank you, Ms. Johannes. All right, so for case number 21 CMP 00054, this matter was scheduled for show cause hearing. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson. The parties have agreed to a global offer and compromise to address many cases.
And so what are the cases? What are the cases that are being addressed, and what are the fines?
For the instant case 21 CMP 00054, the charge of allowed music to emanate from the establishment, and the fine is a $1,000 fine within 120 days, or the license shall be suspended until the fine is paid.
Let's go off the record for a minute, please. We're off the record for a minute. We're back on the record. Ms. Yohanes, have you had any conversations with Mr. Jordan?
We have not, however,
And-
I did review the, I am aware of what you all have in terms of the global OIC.
All right.
Mr. Chairperson, I'm sorry to step in. Attorney Williams has informed me he is back and
right.
to be elevated.
All right. Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the rights of Mr. Williams, please?
This has been a conflict.
Thank you. And I want to thank Mr. James Jordan for stepping in. So let me recall case number 21 CMP 00054 Mirror Lounge, license number 111950. Let's have the parties identify themselves for the record. I'm starting with the government, please.
Yeah, apologies, Mr. Chairperson, I got disconnected there. My name is Antoine Williams, Antoine, last name Williams, Willims. I'll represent the district this morning.
All right, thank you. Ms. Yohanes, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Sidon Yohannes, SIDON YOHANNES, on behalf of the licensee.
All right, good morning. All right, now this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing. So, Mr. Williams, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, Mr. Chairperson. We've come up with a global OIC. There's actually 5 separate cases involved that we are going to basically handle this morning. So the case that's today, the fine is going to be for $1,000. And that's payable within 120 days.
Do you need, if I may, I just want to know if the board's received the written OIC that was submitted, and if not, are you looking for the remaining case numbers for the other cases?
I apologize for doing what I'm doing, for going off the record. And Mr. Williams, can you check your email, Mr. Williams, please? And I apologize for doing this.
Give me 1 second. Okay. All right. So Mr. Chairperson, I would need to discuss this with Ms. Sedone briefly. And
All right, so let's go off. So we're off the record.
Okay.
And let the parties discuss. So we'll be off the record for, it's 11:41. We'll be off the record until 11:50.
Okay, that's fine.
And I'll
And
just
Ms. Sedone, I will give you a call.
And I'll ask them. I will ask the board to return to executive session. I'll ask the board to return to executive session, and then we'll come back on the record at 11:50.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you. We're back in the record. Mr. Williams, Ms. Johannes. I apologize for, I apologize for going on the record, going off the record, but there's some administrative things that I personally had to do. So I'm not gonna blame the attorneys. That's just in managing this calendar. So I'm gonna take the blame for the management this morning of this calendar. So the case at hand is case number 21 CMP 00054 Mirror Lounge, license number 111950. This matter was scheduled for a full show cause hearing this morning. So, Mr. Williams, what is it that the government plans to do regarding case number 21 CMP 00054? Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairperson, we would like to push this hearing 1 week. We had agreed to a global OIC yesterday afternoon. It was submitted. Upon further review, it appears there is an issue as far as the calculation, as far as what the fines need to be as far as this, because it involves 5 separate cases. The breakdown is going to be $1,000, but it's a matter of if that $1,000 is going to be split between more than one case. Yesterday, when we did the global IC, which was signed off by Ms. Johannes, we were good. But this morning we got some further feedback, got an email that has changed. So we just want to push this hearing for a week because we feel certain that we can resolve this matter without necessary a show cause hearing for this case, as well as 4 other cases related to the same violation.
Ms. Johannes, what's your position?
That is correct. Everything that Mr. Williams just said is correct. I agree.
Then we will then continue. Then we'll support, since the joint motion, to continue this case for 1 week. I then make a motion that the board approve this motion. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Cato,
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. So we will.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I
Mr.
second.
Clark.
I seconded the motion. I second the motion, but did you call me for the vote?
Yes, Mr.
Well, I vote yes. I approve, but I don't
If
think
I
you
did,
called.
if I did not call you, Mr. Short, I apologize. But
No
all
problem.
right. But Mr. Short has stated he also seconded the motion, and he also voted in favor of the motion to postpone this case for a week. So this matter is postponed for 1 week. I apologize to the parties and to the public for the miscommunication that we had this morning, but we are now on the same page, and this matter is then postponed for a week. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. We appreciate the clarifications.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're going to do some of our agendas this morning. So the first agenda we'll do our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is review requests to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Skylark Lounge, license number 090611. I make a motion that we extend this, we grant the safekeeping request through September 30th, 2022. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2 on our licensing agenda is a review applications to extend safekeeping of license. This is Acaron license number 116082. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2022. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3 on our licensing agenda is a review application for a new ABC license. This is for the Springs license number 120472. I make a motion that we have a fact-finding hearing. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4 on our licensing agenda is a review application for Sidewalk Cafe with entertainment with seating for 36. This is DC Vegan, license number 118543. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5, review application for Summer Garden endorsement with seating for 12 patrons. This is for DC Vegan, license number 118543. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 6, review application for the carrier and delivery endorsement. This is for Cranes, license number 112800. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 7, review application for the carrier and delivery endorsement. This is for Dakota Restaurant and Beer Garden, license number 119413. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Mr. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 8, review application for carrier and delivery endorsement. This is for Boardwalk Bar and Arcade, license number 118143. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 9, review of letter regarding temporary closure and construction due to a damage in fire. This is for Organic Wellness, license number 117371. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2022. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental licensing agenda is review request for stipulated license with letter of agency support to expand sidewalk cafe seating. This is DeLeon, license number 117926. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Sampson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 2, review request to withdraw application for new ABC license. This is for Gullup, license number 120376. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined below. The first establishment is Drew Drop In, license number 105675. The licensee requests cancellation. The second request is a request for Red, White, and Basil, license number 109361. The licensee is out of business. The third, Salem Restaurant Gold Room, license number 060080, licensee out of business. And the last establishment is Sushi Para, license number 088557, licensee is out of business. I therefore make a motion that ABC board cancels those licenses. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. We now move to the board's temporary license and one-day substantial change docket. There are 6 licensees on this docket. I will read all 6 names into the record and the request that's been made. At the end of the list, I will make a motion that the board approve these requests. The first request, a request from Christoph Torch, T-O-T-H. This is for an event on May 6, 2022. The license number is 120794. 45 attendees. This is for one-day license, class F. The second request, a request from Samantha Welts, W-E-T-Z-E-L, Wetzel, for one-day license, class G. This is the date of the event is March 24th, 2022. The license number is 120763 with 75 attendees. It's a one-day license, class G. The third request, a request made by Ryan Schaefer. This is a one-day license, class G. This is an event on April 9th and April 10th, 2022. The license number is 116678, 35 attendees through the day with 35,000 attendees through the day with 45 security guards. Number 4 is a request from Jefferson R. Cole for a one-day license, class G. This is for a fundraiser. This is May 14th, 2022. The license number is 120795. 200 events, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 5 is a request from Tierra Lassiner, Lassinter, a one-day license, class G. This is the date of the event is March 19th, 2022. The license number is 120814. There are 100 attendees. And number 5 is a request from Florida 6 Management Quatero Osteria, a one-day substantial change. This is a one-day substantial change to have a DJ perform. This is on March 29th, 2022. The license number is 118338, and the substantial change request license number is 22SC00566. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board approve these licenses. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. We now move to the board's license administrative docket. There are 26 applicants on the board's administrative docket. I'm going to read all 26 names into the record, their class and the request that's been made, and at the end of the list, I will make a motion that the board grants these licenses. So the first request, a request from Jamaica, license number 117384. They are Retailer C Restaurant. This is for the carryout and delivery. Application number 2 is a request from Legends Distributing of Washington, D.C. License number 091433. They're Wholesaler A. It's a gifts and loan application for Carlsberg Bicycle. Number 3, another request from Legends Distributing of Washington, D.C. License number 091433. They're Wholesaler A. It's a gifts and loan application for 16-ounce pint glasses. Number 4, a request from Axno Cidery and Tasting Room, license number 102866, Retailer C Tavern, trade name change application. The new name is now Brightwood Pizza and Bottle. Number 5, a request from the Cherry Blossom Admiral Tilp, Miss Mallory, license number 007235, 007232, 007323. They are Retailer C Martin Vessel, change of officers application to add Kevin Rabbit, President, Cameron Clark, Vice President, and Christiana Henley, Vice President. Number 6 is another request from Cherry Blossom Admiral Tillip, Miss Mallory, license number 007235, 007235 2, 007233, Retailer C Marine Vessel, letter of request to remove officers Terry McCrae, Lauren K. Barden, Paul Bellaforte, and Robert Williams. Number 7 is a request from Spirit of Mount Vernon, Spirit of Baltimore, the Capital Elite, National Elite, license number 077414, 077412, 077413. Is a Retailer C Marine Vessel, change of officers application to have Kevin Rabbit, President, Cameron Clark, Vice President, Christina Henny, Vice President. Number 8 is another request from Spirit of Mount Vernon's Spirit of Baltimore 2, the Capital Elite, National Elite, license number 077414, 077412, 077413. Retailer C Marine Vessel, letter of request to remove officers Terry McCrae, Lauren K. Barn, Paul Bellaforte, and Robert Williams. Number 9, I'm sorry, number 9, it's another request from, Matthew Hayes, Commander Jackus, Miss Christine, Potomac Taxi 1, Potomac Taxi 2, Potomac Taxi 3, Potomac Taxi 4, Lady Josephine, license number 0987530, 0987520, 0987540, 0987550, 0987556, 0987557, and 0987558. A retailer D. Marine Vessel. Change of officers application. Kevin Rabbit, President. Cameron Clark, Vice President. Christina Henley, Vice President. Number 10, trade name Matthew Hayes, Commander Jackus, Miss Christine, Potomac Taxi 1, Potomac Taxi 2, Potomac Taxi 3, Potomac Taxi 4, Lady Josephine, license number 0987530, 0987520, 0987540, 0987550, 0987557, and 0987558. Retailer D. Marine Vessel. Letter of request to remove officers Terry McCrae, Lorraine K. Barn, Paul Bellaforte, and Robert Williams. Number 11, Empire Lounge, license number 110702, Retailer C Tavern, trade name change application. The new name is Sound Bar. Number 12, a request from His and Hers Restaurant DC LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 1200110. Their Retailer C Tavern, trade name change application. The new name is now His and Hers Restaurant DC. Number 13, a request from In Boco Al Lupo, license number 120639, Retailer C Restaurant, transfer with sale application. Number 14, Church, Georgetown Wing Company, license number 119851, Retailer C Tavern, transfer to new location application. Number 15, ABC Wisconsin Avenue LLC, trade name to be determined. This is a Retailer C Restaurant, transfer without sale application. Number 16, trade name Aslan Beer Company, license number 118555, Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 17, Tom's Watch Bar, license number 119403, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 18, Simply Fresh Events, license number 120738. They're a caterer, new ABC license application. Number 19, Aces Lounge, license number 119314. Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 20, DC Liquor LLC, trade name to be determined. It's a Retailer A Internet, new ABC license application. Number 21, Michelle's Baker's Daughter Eaton Wild Day Allegory, license number 120608, Retailer C Restaurant, transfer without sale application. Number 27, Michelle's / Baker's Daughter - Eaton / Wild Days / Allegory, license number 120609, transfer without sale application. Number 23, Afghani, license number 118936, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 24, Little House, the LLC, trade name to be determined, Restaurant C, Retailer C Restaurant, change of upstream ownership application. Number 25, Odyssey Cruises, license number 022107, Retailer C Martin Vessels, change of officers application. Kevin Rabbit, President. Cameron Clark, Vice President. Christiana Henley, Vice President. And number 26, Odyssey Cruises, license number 022107, retailer C. Maritime Vassal, letter of request to remove officers Terry McCrae, Lauren K. Barron, Paul Bellaforte, and Robert Williams. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board grants these licenses. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Kathy Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. We're now at the end of our morning calendar and our morning agenda items. We will address our legal agenda this afternoon. So we are now in recess till our 1:30 hearing. I'll ask the board members to return to executive session for further development. Thank you very much. We're on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. We're joined by 5 other members of the ABC Board today: Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Hansen, Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 6 members in attendance today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with this afternoon's calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 4 cases on this afternoon's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialist to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance in the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Excuse me. Before we turn to our afternoon calendar, I need to do our legal agenda. And the first case in our legal agenda is a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated March 14th, 2022 for case number 19 CMP 00049, Sticky Rice Sing Sing Karaoke license number 02072783. The offer in compromise is as follows. There's the 3 charges. The first charge, offered entertainment after approved hours, DC Code Section 25113A. There is a fine of $2,000 to be paid within 120 days, or the license shall be suspended until the fine has been paid. Charge number 2, no ABC manager on duty. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25701. The fine is a $2,000 fine to be paid within 120 days, or the license shall be suspended until the fine has been paid. For charge number 3, failure to have posted window lettering. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25701. That charge has been dismissed. I therefore make a motion that the ABC Board approve the offer in compromise for the 2 charges for a total fine of $4,000 to be paid within 120 days, or the license will be suspended. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Mr. Grandis, I will agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. And number 2, review of the District of Columbia's consent motion for continuance dated March 9th, 2022 for case number 21 CMP 00062, Empire Lounge license number 110702. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
And with Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review request to reinstate dismiss application. Applicant dismissed, application dismissed on March 2nd, 2022, pursuant to board order number 2022-082. This is for Lima Twist, license number 119771. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
And with Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4 on the agenda, review of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2F, support of reinstatement of the dismissed application. This is Lima Twist, license number 119771. This is now moot. Number 5, review of the protestants, group of 5, motion to strike the PIP and hearing exhibits dated March 10th, 2022 in case number 21 PRO 00070. This is for Barcardo Wine Bar. This is license number 115719. The AB, we're having a hearing this afternoon, and so the board will address this motion at the hearing. Number 6, review of the chief of police request for a fact-finding hearing dated March 5th, 2022. This is for Martha's Market, license number 116862. The chief of police had requested a fact-finding hearing. However, the ABC board, I make a motion that we reject the request for the fact-finding hearing and instead forward a request to the Office of Attorney General for a summary suspension hearing. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 7 is a review of the medical marijuana regulations notice of fifth emergency and proposed rulemaking. And this is a long rulemaking. It's the ABC board is making some changes to the rulemaking regarding medical cannabis. And so I make a motion that we adopt these rules. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato, second.
Grandis was second.
Mr. Cato and Mr. Grandis has second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Ms. Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Okay, so we're at the end of our legal agenda. So let's now move to our afternoon agenda. The first case on our afternoon agenda is a status hearing for case number 22 CMP 00006, the big board license number 87398. Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Please stand by. David Rosenthal, your rights have been elevated. Robert Alt, your rights have been elevated. Walter Adams, your rights have been elevated. Anthony Sello, your rights have been elevated. I do not see Kevin Puente, investigator Kevin Puente on the line.
We are not expecting him today.
Thank you. That is all.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'll have the parties introduce themselves for the record. Please spell and state your name. We'll start with the government.
Attorney Anthony Sello on behalf of the government, ANTHONY CELO.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Walter Adams on behalf of the government as well, WALTERADAMS.
Mr. Alt or Mr.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Robert Alt on behalf of respondent, the big board, ROBERT, last name ALT.
Mr. Rosenthal.
David Rosenthal, also on behalf of the big board. David, DAVID, Rosenthal, ROSENTHAL. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board.
Good afternoon. Good morning. Just a quick question. Who are the lead attorneys on this case?
It'll be Mr. Cello for the government for this hearing.
And for the big board? Who's the lead attorney, please?
That would be me, Mr.
All right,
Alt.
thank you. All right, Mr. Cello, this is a status hearing. Are there any preliminary matters for this case?
The parties have reached an offer in compromise. No other preliminary matters at this time.
And what is the offer and compromise?
Given the length of it, I can just read it into the record if the board would like.
Well, both you have to read it in the record, then the board needs to listen to it, and I need to repeat it. And so you have to read in the record, and then I need to repeat it, and then we need to ask questions, and then I'll need to make a motion to reject or deny. So right. So I need to take notes while you are reading, so I can repeat it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will be reading it, including the preamble.
Thank you.
And the District of Columbia, jointly with the licensee respondent, submits this offer in compromise to the Alcohol Beverage Control Board as authorized by 23 DCMR 1604.5 for their approval by the board. The parties understand that if the board approves the OIC, this case will conclude. Respondent will be obligated to abide by the terms of the OIC shown below. If the board does not approve the OIC, litigation of this summary suspension will continue. By accepting this OIC, respondent does not admit to liability and makes no statements as to the regulations underlying the violations. Respondent has been advised that there is no obligation to accept an OIC. Respondent has been advised through service of the notice of summary suspension that any summary suspension hearing or other proceedings, respondent may be represented by legal counsel. Is issued to require the production of witnesses and evidence, cross-examine witnesses, and
hold on a minute, Mr. Cello. Can everyone who's not speaking, can they please mute their microphone, please? All right, go ahead, sir.
Produce witness and evidence, cross-examine witnesses, and apply to the board for a qualified interpreter. The OIC terms are as follows. Number 1, suspension. The ABC license suspension shall be lifted at 8 a.m. on Thursday, March 17th, 2022, provided all other applicable requirements in this OIC have been satisfied by the respondent. 2, fine. Prior to the board lifting the suspension of the ABC license, respondent shall pay fines in the amount of $4,000, which includes a $1,000 fine for the citation previously issued in case number 22 CIT 00010, a $1,000 fine for the citation previously issued in case number 22 CIT 00013, and a $2,000 fine to resolve case number 22 CMP 00006, a violation of DC Code 25-823A1 and 23 DCMR Section 810.2, including all issues and charges stemming from the aforementioned incidents as applied via DC Code Section 25-830F as codified on March 2nd, 2022.
What's the timeline to pay the fine, sir?
There is no timeline listed. However, the suspension shall not be lifted before the time is paid, before the fines are paid.
Normally when the board offers or approves offer in compromise on all cases, there is a timeline to pay the fine. So this is just up in the air. The parties have not agreed on a timeline for the fines to be paid.
Our understanding is that respondent intends to pay the fine today. If the board requires a timeline, we would recommend 30 days.
It's the bottom line is that the board is not telling the parties when the fine has to be paid. I am just saying normally when there is an offer in compromise, there is a timeline issued. But if if there's no agreed upon timeline and if the parties wish to have it open, then that would be the offer in compromise. The board itself cannot insert itself in offer in compromise. We can only ask questions, and then if the parties present to us specific timeline or specific agreements, we will reject or accept it. So if there are no timelines in the offer in compromise, then the motion that I'll put to the board is that the fine, the $4,000 fine, and that the fine will not be lifted as represented by you, that the establishment will not be able to reopen until, but I think the bottom line is that there's some type of conflict here because it said that the suspension should be lifted Thursday, March 17th, 2022 at 8 a.m. But is it contemplated then that the fines will be paid before 8 a.m. tomorrow? I'm asking. I'm just trying to get clarification so when I put the motion to the board, we'll know what we're voting on.
So, Mr. Chairman, the full text of the first section does read that date. It specifically, the ABC license suspension shall be lifted at 8 a.m. on Thursday, March 17th, 2022, provided all other applicable requirements have been satisfied. So our understanding is that the suspension will remain in place until the fine is paid. Therefore, on behalf of the government, we do not have a timeline, but as I stated before, our understanding is the intention is that the fine will be paid today, so we do not anticipate any difficulties in this regard.
All right. Is this the extent of the offer in compromise, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Ault, it's my understanding that there's an offer in compromise, and the offer in compromise is that the suspension will be lifted by 8 a.m. on March 17th, 2022, provided the other provisions have been complied with. And number two is that there's a fine of $4,000. Within that $4,000, there is a $1,000 fine for case number 22 CIT 00010. There is also another $1,000 fine for case number 22 CIT -00013, and that there is a $2,000 fine for case number 22 CMP 0006. Is this your understanding, sir, of the offer in compromise?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that is my understanding.
Is your client aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up their right to a hearing?
Yes, my client is aware of that and signed the offer in compromise, fully aware of that.
Is your client also aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up their right to appeal this matter?
Yes, my client understands that as well.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions by any board members regarding to either the government or to the licensee regarding this offer in compromise? Hearing no questions, and I have none myself, I therefore make a motion to the ABC board that the board approves the offer in compromise. And the offer in compromise consists of that the suspension shall be lifted by 8 a.m. on March 17th, 2022, provided the other provisions within this offer in compromise are complied with. The other provisions is that there's a total fine of $4,000. Within the $4,000 fine, what comprises the $4,000 fine? It's a $1,000 fine for case number 22 CIT 00010. There's also a $1,000 fine for case number 22 CIT-00013, and that there is a $2,000 fine for case number 22 CMP 0006. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I will now make a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis, and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. I would like to thank the parties for coming to an agreement with this case, and thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 21 CMP 00031, Bread and Chocolate, license number 94780. Ms. Fosterman, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Please stand by.
Thank you.
I do not see the licensee on the line. Colin Sensi, your rights have been elevated. George Garcia, your rights have been elevated. And Lamont Mahoney, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Sensi, can you please introduce yourself for the record, please?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Anderson. This is Colin Cenci, COLLINCENCI, appearing on behalf of the District of Columbia.
And who's here with you this afternoon, sir, if this matter goes to a show cause hearing?
We do have Investigator George Garcia. I do not believe that Mr. Mahoney is necessary for today's hearing.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Garcia, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please? Mr. Garcia. All right, well, let's move on until later on. Mr. Garcia, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please? I cannot hear you, sir. All right, well, we'll come back to you, Mr. Garcia. All right, Mr. Sench, I see that the licensee is not here. Have you been in contact with the licensee? Do you know where they expected today?
We have been in contact with the licensee, and I was expecting them to be present today. It should be, I believe, Mihailina Damian, if she is on the line.
Ms. Foshman, can you see if that person is either on the line or on the phone line? Since that individual, it's my understanding, yes, this person, the licensee is there. Ms. Damian.
Yes.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you spell and state your name for the record, please?
My name is.
Hello, ma'am.
Do you hear me?
I can hear you now, ma'am.
Yeah. My name is Mihailina Damian. I'm representing the.
You're breaking up, ma'am. I can't hear you now. I don't know what location you're in, but I cannot hear you.
Is it possible to call by my phone?
I cannot hear you, ma'am. What do you say? You want to call in? You want to call in instead on the phone?
Yes.
Then you can do that, ma'am. And when we will look for you, do you have the call-in number?
No, I don't.
Ms. Washburn, can you please provide Ms. Damian with the call-in number? And do you have a pen and paper, ma'am, so you can write this information down?
Good afternoon. The call-in number is 1-650-479-3208. The access code is 2303-136-8587. That is all.
Thank you.
Can you repeat it one more time?
I'm sorry, what did you say, ma'am?
Can you repeat it one more time?
Ms. Foster?
Yes.
You did.
The call-in number is 650-479-3208. The access code is 2303-136-8587. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you receive that, ma'am? We'll wait for you to call in then. Ms. Dami, are you on the, I see that you're also here on the line. Have you called in, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. Can you, all right. Can you spell and state your name again for the record, ma'am?
MIHAILINADAMIAN.
And what is your relationship to this establishment, ma'am?
I'm the owner of the bread and chocolate.
All right, thank you. Mr. Sanchez, this is I'm Mr. Mahoney. It's my understanding, based on Mr. Sanchez, that you are not needed for this hearing, sir. So unless you want to be here, it's mine, based on the representation made by counsel, he stated that he's not calling you as a witness, sir. I can't hear you, sir, so.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Okay, I'll sign out.
All right, thank you. Mr. Garcia, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
George Garcia, GeorgeGarcia.
And what is your job title, sir?
Investigator
For what agency, sir?
for the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Senshi, this is okay, yeah. This is a so-called hearing, sir. Are there preliminary matters in this case?
There are no preliminary matters for the district.
All right, fine. All right. Ma'am, have you been to a show cause hearing before? Ms. Damian?
No, I haven't.
All right, well, it's going to be somewhat, all right, so basically how this case operates, ma'am, how a show cause hearing operates is that the government will make an opening statement. You can then make an opening statement. The government will call its witnesses on the charge. Once the government has called its witness, its witness or witnesses, then the government will rest. Then you will have an opportunity, to present your case. Do you plan to call any witnesses today, ma'am, or is it just you yourself going to testify?
No, it's myself.
All right, then what I will do, I can't see you, but what I will do, do you have a camera, ma'am?
Yes,
Are you able to turn your camera on?
it's short. And
Yes, I can see you now, ma'am. All right. Okay. So as I said before, so once the government has presented its case, then you will have an opportunity to present your case. I'll swear you in. And then once that's done, the board will take this matter under advisement and make a decision at a later date. All right? All right, so Mr. Senshi, do you wish to make an opening statement, sir?
Yes, I do, Chairperson Anderson.
Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Anderson and members of the board. We are here today in the show cause matter of Bread and Chocolate Incorporated, traded as Bread and Chocolate, located at 2301 M Street Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20037. This is a case about a licensed establishment's failure to keep an ABC manager or owner on duty while alcohol was available for sale, service, and consumption at the establishment. Today, you will hear that when an ABRA investigator visited the establishment to conduct a regulatory inspection, there was no ABC manager or owner present in the establishment. And when someone did finally present themselves as an ABC manager, it turned out their license had expired months prior to the inspection. The show cause notice issued in this matter concerns the charges that the licensee failed to have the establishment's owner or an ABC board approved manager present on the premises during the establishment's hours of sale in violation of DC Code sections 25-701A11 and 23 DCMR section 707.1. As the petitioner today, we bear the burden of proof. We must show you that respondent did fail to have an ABC manager or owner present during the license hours of sale for the establishment by substantial evidence in the record. We accept that burden and we will be able to meet it through the testimony of our witness, ABRA investigator, George Garcia. Investigator Garcia.
No, I'm sorry, you're not, that's your opening statement, sir?
No, I'm not concluded, Chairperson Anderson. I thought you were speaking.
I apologize. Go ahead, sir. I'm apologizing.
Investigator Garcia will testify that on Wednesday, July 7th, 2021, he, an Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration investigator, went to the establishment to conduct a regulatory inspection. He will tell you that at approximately 1:27 p.m., he entered the establishment and asked to speak with an owner or ABC manager. You'll learn that an employee of the establishment informed him that no owner or ABC manager was present. He reviewed the hours of sale for the establishment, which he will tell you were 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Wednesdays. He will also testify that as he was leaving the establishment, he was approached by an individual who said that he was the ABC manager for the establishment, who was just returning from somewhere else. But when Investigator Garcia checked this individual's ABC manager's license, he saw that the license had expired on November 20th, 2020, more than 7 months prior to the inspection date. At the end of this hearing, it will be clear that the licensee failed to keep an ABC manager or owner present during the license hours of sale, in clear violation of DC Code Section 25-701A11 and 23 DCMR Section 707.1. Their willful failure to uphold their responsibilities must come with consequence. And that is why at the end of today's hearing, I'll ask that you find in favor of the District of Columbia and apply a penalty consistent with DC Code Section 25-830. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, do you wish to make an opening statement at this juncture, or do you wish to make an opening statement when you present your case? It's your option.
yes.
I can't hear you, ma'am. I can't hear.
I'll present a statement at the end.
Okay, all right, fine. Thank you. All right, sir, your case. You have a witness you wish to call?
Yes, this time the District of Columbia calls an ABRA investigator George Garcia.
Mr. Garcia, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Do.
All right, thank you. Your witness, sir.
Good afternoon, investigator. Could you please state and spell your first and last names for the record?
George, George, Garcia, Garcia,
Where are you currently employed?
at the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration.
What's your position with ABRA?
I'm an investigator.
How long have you been an investigator?
3 years.
What are some of your duties and responsibilities as an investigator for ABRA?
We conduct inspections and investigations of ABC licensed establishments within the District of Columbia.
Investigator, are you familiar with the establishment located at 2301 M Street Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20037, Bread and Chocolate?
I am.
How are you familiar with this establishment?
I visited the establishment to conduct a regulatory inspection.
Did you inspect this establishment on July 7th, 2021?
I did.
When did you arrive at the establishment for the inspection?
At approximately 1:27 p.m.
How did the inspection begin?
I identified myself as an ABRA investigator to a male employee and advised them that I needed to speak to an ABC manager or owner of the establishment.
After you told the employee that you needed to speak to an owner or an ABC manager, what did that employee of the establishment tell you?
He advised me that the ABC manager has stepped out for a moment and should be returning shortly.
What did it mean to you when you learned that the ABC manager had stepped out of the establishment?
Automatically it would be a red flag, just letting me know that the establishment is either selling, consuming, or having alcohol while an ABC manager is not present.
Did the employee tell you that an owner was present in the establishment instead of an ABC manager?
He did not.
So what did you do after you learned that there was no owner or ABC manager present in Bread and Chocolate that day?
I continued to conduct a regulatory inspection to see if there were any other violations at the establishment.
After you concluded your investigation, before you left the establishment that day, did you encounter anyone who claimed to be an ABC manager for the establishment?
I concluded my regulatory inspection, and after maybe about 5 minutes after getting to my vehicle, I was approached by an employee while I was in my vehicle claiming to be the ABC manager of the establishment.
Did you review any sort of documentation to confirm their claim that they were the ABC manager?
Yes, I did. I reviewed his ABC manager license he provided to me and observed that the ABC manager's license expired in 2020 of November.
What did it mean to you when you saw that this person's ABC manager's license had expired?
That the establishment was still not in compliance.
Given that this person's ABC manager's license had expired in November of 2020, would it have affected your investigation if that person were present when you had arrived at the establishment?
No, because technically the person was still not an ABC manager due to their ABC manager's license being expired.
And I just want to be clear for the record, Investigator Garcia, who was this individual who presented himself as an ABC manager?
His name was Atusu Amegi.
How do you spell that name, sir? Can you please spell it for the record? I apologize.
Atusu, Atsou, Amegi, Amegee.
Investigator Garcia, after you completed your inspection of Bread and Chocolate on July 7th, 2021, did you complete a case report?
I did.
And would you recognize a copy of that report if I were to show it to you today?
I would.
Chairperson Anderson, I would like to request that I be permitted to share my screen so that I can share the case report for this investigation.
Thank you. Ms. Foshman, can you please allow him to share his screen, please?
This has been accomplished.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
I don't believe that I can share my screen still. My button is still dark.
I can.
Oh, I can see it now. All right, Investigator Garcia, can you see what I'm sharing on my screen?
Yes.
Do I need to zoom in or zoom out at all for you to be able to read it?
No.
All right, I'm going to just scroll through the entirety of the document to make sure that it's complete. Please review it as I scroll through. Now I'm returning to the top. Investigator Garcia, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the investigative case report that I completed.
Is it part of your job as an investigator to draft case reports like this one?
Yes.
Mr. Chairperson, the district would like to confirm for the record that Government Exhibit 1, the July 7th, 2021 case report for Bread and Chocolate is already in evidence pursuant to 23 DCMR Section 1713.10.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chairperson Anderson. Investigator Garcia, I would like to direct your attention to what's been marked in this report as Exhibit 2. Can you see what I have presented on the screen?
Yes.
What is this document?
It's a regulatory inspection.
Does this document list the hours of sale for alcohol for this establishment?
It does.
What were the hour of sales for Wednesday, the day that you conducted the inspection of Bread and Chocolate?
For Wednesday, the hours were 7 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Thank you, Investigator. I'm now going to direct your attention towards what's been previously marked as Exhibit 3 of this document. What is this document?
That's the establishment's ABC license.
Does this document also list the hours of sale for alcohol for the establishment?
It does.
What were the hours of sale for Wednesday, the day that you conducted your inspection?
Again, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Thank you, Investigator. I'm now going to direct your attention to what's been previously marked as Exhibit 11 in the case report. But what is this document, Investigator?
That's the ABC manager's license of the employee that he presented to me.
Investigator, what day did this ABC manager's license expire?
November 20th of 2020.
To your knowledge, was this ABC manager's license current on the day you conducted your inspection?
It was not.
All right, thank you. I will stop sharing my screen now. Investigator Garcia, throughout your whole inspection of Bread and Chocolate on July 7th, 2021, did you ever encounter an owner of the establishment?
I did not.
And throughout your whole inspection of Bread and Chocolate on July 7th, 2021, did you ever encounter an active ABC manager of the establishment?
I did not.
Thank you, Investigator. I have no further questions at this time.
Ms. Demian, do you have any questions of the investigator? I can't hear you, ma'am.
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. Do any of the board members have any questions of the investigator? Mr. Garcia, just a quick question. What type of establishment is Bread and Chocolate?
It is a restaurant.
Do you know whether or not
The restaurant.
I'm sorry.
A D is in. I'm sorry.
Right, sir. Go ahead.
It's a D restaurant.
What does that mean, sir?
It means that the establishment can only sell beer and wine.
So did they, during the time of your visit, were there anyone consuming alcohol in the establishment?
I do not recall.
Do you know whether or not alcohol was visible? Do you recall if this place has a bar?
I do not recall, but I do not believe that the establishment has a bar.
Were there any visible alcohol within the restaurant at the time of your visit?
I don't recall.
Okay. Miss Damien, do you have any questions I'm sorry. Do any other board members have any other questions? All right, Miss Damien, do you have any questions of the witness based on the questions that I asked?
On that day, we didn't sell no alcohol, so per Abra,
Ma'am, I'm asking you if you have not a statement,
No,
you have a question for him.
I don't.
All right, thank you. Mr. Senshi, do you have any question? Do you have any redirect of the witness?
Yes, I do, Chairperson Anderson.
Go ahead.
Investigator Garcia, you were able to conduct an inspection of Bread and Chocolate on July 7th, 2021. Were you not?
Yes. Yes.
While you were at the establishment, do you recall seeing any member of staff refusing to sell alcohol to a patron?
No.
Do you recall observing any signage posted in the establishment that indicated that alcohol was not being served?
No.
Do you recall seeing any staff locking up or storing alcohol?
No.
Thank you, investigator. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Do you have another witness, sir?
District has no additional witnesses and at this time rests its case in chief.
All right, fine, thank you. All right, Ms. Damien, do you have any witnesses you plan to call, or is it just you yourself? You're going to make a statement and then you're going to testify. Is that your position?
let's make a statement.
Can you raise your right hand, please, ma'am? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing? Ma'am, I need you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
My first, I'm new in this, so we had an employer that was the manager, but he left couple days ago, and our other manager license was expired, but because of the COVID situation, all the license was post-dated. So I guess this is the reason he didn't renew his license. And also per Abra, if we don't have a manager in Dewey, then we don't have the right to sell the alcohol. So for that day, we didn't sell no alcohol, and I did send the report to the Abra that on that day we didn't sell no alcohol.
Do you have anything else you want to say, ma'am?
Say it again.
Is that the extent of your statement?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Senshi, do you have any questions of her?
Yes, I do, briefly, Chairperson Anderson. Ms. Damian, you are an owner of Bread and Chocolate, right?
Correct.
You're aware of the responsibilities that come with owning a business that serves alcohol?
Yes. Yes, I know.
You assert that your establishment didn't sell alcohol on July 7th, 2021. Is that right? Is that right?
Right.
So you weren't present at the establishment on July 7th, 2021, were you?
No, I was not present.
So you did not see if the staff had locked up the alcohol that day?
No.
You did not hear any member of staff refuse to sell alcohol to any patron?
Did not.
You don't know if any signage was posted to indicate that alcohol was not being served?
There were.
You don't know if the staff took any steps to ensure that alcohol wasn't being served to patrons?
I can't hear you, ma'am.
Correct.
You don't know if the staff took any steps to ensure that alcohol wasn't being consumed in the establishment?
Correct. But our manager in Duri, he knows that he cannot sell alcohol if he doesn't have no license.
Ms. Damian, I want to bring you back to my question. I'm not asking about what the manager was supposed to do. I'm asking what you know, and you don't know if the staff took any steps to ensure that alcohol was not being consumed in the establishment that day.
Correct.
And you don't know if the staff took any steps to ensure that alcohol wasn't being sold.
No, no.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Damian. I have no further questions.
Any questions by any board members? Ms. Damian, you said that you sent a statement to Abra. What do you mean? You're saying what statement and who did you send a statement to Abra that no alcohol was being sold that day?
I sent it by Mr. Sally.
I can't hear you, ma'am. You're breaking up. I don't know. You're breaking up.
I sent it to Mr. Colin as well, that the report for the day, end of the day report, that we haven't sold any alcohol.
So did you disclose this? You know that when you have a hearing, you can disclose documents and witnesses. Did you disclose this document to the government and to us 7 days before the hearing? Did you do that, ma'am?
No, I have not.
So how do we know that such a document exists?
I just sent it yesterday, so I don't.
Now, ma'am, you're saying that because of COVID, that the licenses were extended? Is that where did that come from? If you're aware that the manager's license had expired in November, I think it says it expired November 2020, and this was July 7th, 2021. Where are you saying that all the licenses were extended? Who told you that?
We had an issue with the other license, so they say it takes time because of COVID, so we rely on that, but I guess it was our mistake.
So you never tried, is it correct to state that you didn't try to renew the license prior to the expiration, is that correct?
No, we tried, but the manager had COVID and then other things came up.
So do you know when this license was renewed?
He renewed it after that. He renewed it right after.
So does this manager whose license was expired, is he currently employed?
Yes, he is.
And does he currently have a license, a valid license?
Yes, he does.
Any other questions by any other board members? Mr. Fincher, do you have any questions that you wish to ask? Ms.
No,
Davis?
Chairperson Anderson.
Yes, no, yes or no, sir?
No.
No? All right. Ma'am, do you have anything that you want to say? Do you rest?
No, I don't.
All right. Mr. Fincher, do you wish to make a closing statement, sir?
Yes, Chairperson Anderson. Members of the board, this case has been about an establishment's willful failure to uphold the responsibilities that come with an ABC license. Today, the district has proven by substantial evidence that the licensee failed to have an owner or ABC manager present during the hours of sale for the establishment, when alcohol was accessible to the public for sale, service, and consumption. We heard from Investigator Garcia that on Wednesday, July 7th, 2021, he went to the establishment to conduct a regulatory inspection. He told you that at about 1:27 p.m., he spoke to an employee of the establishment who told him that there was no owner and no ABC manager present in the establishment. He told you that he checked the hours of sale for the establishment and saw they were 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. on Wednesdays, which certainly encompassed the time that he was present at the establishment, 1:27. He went on to state that an individual did eventually present himself as the ABC manager for the establishment, but his ABC manager license was expired and had been for 7 months. Ms. Damian also testified today, and she claimed that she should not be held responsible for this failure to follow the law because the establishment did not sell alcohol on the day of the inspection. But we need to follow what the law says, not what Ms. Damian wants it to say. And what DC Code Section 25-701A12C says in relation to when an owner or ABC manager is not required to be present at the establishment, it's that they are not required when, quote, alcoholic beverages are secure and not accessible to the public for sale, service, or consumption, unquote. And 23 DCMR section 707.1 reads that, in the absence of a licensee, a board-approved manager shall be present at the licensed premises during the hours that alcoholic beverages are permitted to be sold, served, or consumed on the licensed premises, unquote. The evidence has been consistent from both sides today that an ABC manager was not present at the establishment when Inspector Garcia arrived. Ms. Damian said herself that she agrees the license for the ABC manager on duty that day had expired, that they were unable to get it renewed because of COVID-based delays. But this wasn't simply a license that had expired a week ago, 2 weeks ago, even 1 month ago. It was 7 months expired. And she wants you to believe that that's okay, because regardless of the status of the alcohol ABC license for the manager, the establishment didn't sell alcohol. But the law doesn't beg the question of if alcohol was sold. It begs the question of if alcohol was available to be sold. And we heard no testimony that the establishment locked up the alcohol in the establishment while the ABC manager was absent. No testimony that employees of the establishment informed patrons that alcohol was not available for sale. No testimony that the establishment posted any sort of indication that alcohol was not being served that day. No testimony at all that credits the licensee's defense. It should not be permitted to skirt the law based on self-serving assertions that no customers ordered alcohol on the day of the inspection. We have no guarantee that had someone ordered alcohol, that they wouldn't have just gone ahead and served it. Now, the district recognizes that it bore the burden of proof today. And what was that burden? According to 23 DCMR section 1711.6, in this and all other show cause hearings, the district bears the burden of proving by substantial evidence in the record that the licensee in fact violated the law. Substantial evidence is not a high burden, members of the board. It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not even preponderance of the evidence. Substantial evidence means that degree of relevant evidence which a reasonable person, considering the record as a whole, might accept as adequate to support a conclusion, even though other reasonable persons might disagree. The district has certainly met that burden today through the testimony of Investigator Garcia, the investigative report in evidence, and even further supported by the admissions of the licensee on the record. The evidence today has supported one outcome and one outcome alone. The district has met its burden to prove by substantial evidence that the respondent failed to have an owner or ABC manager present in the establishment when alcohol was accessible for sale, service, and consumption, and thus proven the charge in the notice to show cause. Licensee cannot avoid responsibility by attempting to exploit a technicality that is ultimately not actually in their favor. It's for that reason that we ask you to find in favor of the District of Columbia and apply a penalty consistent with DC Code Section 25-830. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Damian, at closing, what is it you want the agency to do, the board to do, ma'am?
Like our other inspector, when they came second time to drop the paper, they say in case we don't have an ABRA license, then we have the right to just post a note and say we are not selling alcohol. So we were aware of that, but I guess we didn't do it. So like, I know everyone been through a tough period during this COVID, so it's up to you if you want to waive the penalty or.
That's it, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, the record is now closed. And so let me read the instructions. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 21 CMP 00031, Bread and Chocolate, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2574B4 of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 21 CMP 00031, Bread and Chocolate, for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2574B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it has been seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will recess these proceedings to hold a closed meeting in the ABC Board conference room pursuant to Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act. What we will not, ma'am, we will issue, the board will issue a decision within 90 days. Thank you for being here today, you and Mr. Fenchie, and have a good day. We'll issue a decision in 90 days. Okay? Hold on a minute. I think we lost her. I just want to make sure that. All right, Ms. Millian, I just want to I saw that we had lost you for a minute. So before I officially close the record, well, the case is over. I think she's having some technical difficulties. But the case is over. The board will issue a decision in 90 days. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right. The case is over, ma'am. We'll issue a decision in 90 days. Thank you very much. You heard me, ma'am?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
The next case on our calendar is case number 19 CMP 00049, Sticky Rice Sing Sing Karaoke Palace, license number 72783. This hearing has been canceled. The board reviewed and accepted an offer in compromise on our legal agenda earlier this afternoon. The next case on our calendar is case number 21 PRO 00070, Barcarda Wine Bar, license number 115719. This is a protest hearing. Ms. Washburn, can you please elevate the right of the parties in this case, please?
Please stand by. This is a long one, so it may take a moment.
Thank you.
Nathan Fisher, your rights have been elevated. Alan Cohen, your rights have been elevated. I do not see Commissioner James Turner. Dan Orlasky, your rights have been elevated. I do not see Commissioner Sable Harris. Sari Lawley, your rights have been elevated. Kathy Highfield, your rights have been elevated. Nick Mann, your rights have been elevated. Ryan Heiling, your rights have been elevated. Investigator Donnell Butler, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman?
All right, hold on a minute. If you're not speaking, I need everyone to mute their phone.
Okay.
All right, who is speaking?
Okay, this is,
Hold on a minute. I see a name, Sari Lawley. it appears that there are several lines open where you are at, and there is an echo, and so I can't hear what you're saying. So it appears that you're signed in twice. So you need to sign in, you need to sign out of one of the, either mute one of the lines, but you can't have both lines signed in at the same time because there's an echo.
I shall fix that up now. We're going to dial out and dial back in.
I didn't hear what was being said, but whoever that is, you are here twice, and you need to log out on the other line. If everyone has a camera, can you please turn your camera on?
We have done that. Can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear. I'm just saying it for everyone. Whoever has a camera, please, you can turn your camera on.
Okay.
Is there someone from the ANC here?
That would be me, Dan Orlowski, Commissioner for ANC 1B02.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Okay.
All right. If everyone who has a camera, can you please turn your camera on?
Mr. Chairman, this is, we have the other two owners of Barcata Wine Bar have not been elevated yet, and they are on the call.
All right, Miss, what are the names? What are the names?
Yep, Anthony Aligo and Nick Guglietta.
Ms. Foster, can you please look for those names and elevate them, please?
Please stand by. Nick Guglietta, your rights have been elevated. And Anthony Aligo, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
Who's speaking, please?
I'm speaking from the
laptop. Hold on, sir. I don't know who's speaking, so please identify yourself. Who's speaking? Okay. That's why I said who's speaking. Yes.
My name is Alan Cannon. I am the representative for the Group of Five.
Yes, sir.
I am using the same computer that Ms. Carrie Lawley is using. Is that okay with the board?
No, that is fine. The problem we were having before, it's because you are in the same location, and so there's a feedback. That's all that is. So if you're in the same location, you have to mute one of the lines because there is a feedback because of. So if you're in the same location, you're fine. You don't need to be on another line. That's fine.
Okay, great. So that means that I'll be able to speak at the meeting.
Yes.
Yes, great. Thank you.
That's fine. All right. So is everyone? Are we missing is anyone missing? Before I have the parties identify themselves. As far as for the applicant, are all your witnesses and parties are they online for the applicant? For the ANC, is everyone online for the ANC? And for the Group of Five or more, is everyone online?
Okay, for the Group of 501, we will have some witnesses, pardon? One person. We will have one person who will dial in later.
All right, fine. At that time, that's going to be later on this afternoon because it's going to be later on this afternoon. So at that time, we will do that. All right, so I let the part, okay, so I'm sorry, who's speaking?
Can I say something? I was elevated.
I'm sorry, who's that, ma'am?
Kathy Highfield.
Yes, ma'am.
I was elevated, but I do not see my space here, nor my picture.
Well, I can hear you. Ms. Fossman has her.
Oh, there you were. There you are.
Okay, there I am. Okay, thank you.
Well, I can hear you. I still can't see you, so. Ms. Highfield, I can hear you. Yes, okay, fine. All
okay.
Right. Well, it appears that you and Mr. Cohen are in the same space.
Oh, okay.
I'm hoping that there's no You don't necessarily need to be on both, Mr. Cohen. You can.
No, that's true. Don't worry about if it comes up, I'll just turn mine off.
Okay, fine. All right. All right. So let me have the parties identify themselves. Let's start with the applicant.
Barcata Weinbar, this is Nick Guglietta, full name Nicholas Guglietta, spelling Nicholas, last name Guglietta.
And who else is here, sir, on your team?
I'll pass it over to Nathan Fisher.
Can we have Mr. Fisher identify himself for the record with the spelling of their name?
This is Nathan Fisher, spelling NathanFisher.
And you're also an owner, sir?
Yes, and then we also have our third owner on the line as well.
And who is that? Can that person identify themselves for the record?
Anthony Aligo, Anthony, last name Aligo.
Okay. Who's here from the ANC?
That would be me, Commissioner Dan Orlowski, 1B02. That's DANIELORLASKEY.
Who's the representative from the group of 5 or more?
Oh, yes. This is Alan Cannon. I am the representative for the group of 5 or more, actually a group of 10.
Can you spell your name for the record?
Yes, it is ALLENCANNON.
Now let me ask you, does the ANC have any witnesses? Mr. Orlansky, do you have any witnesses you wish to call?
At this time, I'm using the same witnesses as the group of 5. We have the
That's
same.
one of the reasons I was trying to find out, because so how many witnesses does the group plan to call today?
I believe Mr. Cannon could probably give you the number. I think it's 2 or 3 at least, and plus some of the members of the group of 10. But Mr. Cannon can give you a better number.
Yeah, how many witnesses does the group plan to call today? Mr. Cannon, how many witnesses do you wish to call today?
Oh, I believe we wish to call 6 witnesses today.
Well, did you recall that when we had our protest status, I said that the hearing will be an hour and each side will have no more than 5 witnesses?
No, but I think we can reduce it to 5 witnesses.
All right. This is a protest hearing status, and it's my understanding this is a substantial change. This is a substantial change that the licensee is requesting entertainment and entertainment endorsement for an entertainment endorsement for, I'm sorry. I want to look at the document in front of me. That the licensee is requesting an entertainment endorsement for it indoors and on their outside sidewalk cafe. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that the licensee is requesting that entertainment inside will be from 11 a.m. Sunday through 10 p.m. from 11 a.m. Sunday until 10 p.m. Monday through Thursday from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. on Saturday from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. At least this is what was placarded. And on the sidewalk cafe, they're requesting entertainment endorsement Sunday from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Saturday from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. That's the issue. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. And so clearly we're at a protest hearing because the parties were unable to come to an agreement. And so this is what I'm trying to find out. Are there any issues that there's agreement on? That there's agreement. I thought in preparing for this case, it appears that the parties, and tell me that if I'm wrong, that there was agreement that there could be live entertainment inside, but that if were agreement reached on this issue, let me know. I'm trying to figure out if we can streamline this hearing to see that we'll only have a hearing on issues that are being contested. Did I read correctly to say that the parties are in agreement that there can be live entertainment in the inside of the establishment?
I believe I can give you a little context on that. The protestants here have
I'm sorry, who's speaking? Each time you speak, please identify yourself, please.
Commissioner Orlowski.
Go ahead, sir.
I was just saying that I could maybe provide a little bit of context. The protestants have made an offer to support a substantial change application for entertainment if it only is restricted to indoors.
All right. Okay. Well, fine. So yeah, hold on. So both the ANC and the Group of Five or More, their position is that they would agree to entertainment inside. Is there agreement there?
Yes, there is.
I'm sorry, who's speaking? Yes.
Oh, this is
No,
Alan. Okay.
Go ahead, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir.
I'm just going issue by issue. Just so there's agreement if there's entertainment, both side parties would agree to entertainment inside. Is that correct?
Yes, this is Alan Cannon.
Yes,
Yes, it is, provided that, that the sound, that the inside entertainment does not disturb the residents.
So from what I saw on the placard notice is that they were asking for entertainment indoors till 10 p.m. Till 10 p.m. Monday, 7 days a week. So if the parties are in agreement with that issue, then we could agree to that, and so therefore we could just move forward with a protest hearing on the entertainment on the outdoors. That's what I'm trying to find out. If the parties are in agreement, so we could just streamline this hearing and just talk about entertainment on whether or not they should be granted a license for entertainment outside. That's what I'm trying to find out.
This is Nick Olieta with the applicant Barcata Wine Bar. That is our understanding, that the Group of Five and the ANC is in agreement on the indoor, and the focus of the last several weeks of discussion have been exclusively on the outdoor cafe component of the entertainment endorsement.
All right. So can we then agree that whatever decision is made today, the ABC board would grant an entertainment endorsement for indoor for the hours proposed for entertainment to cease as per the placard? Entertainment indoors. It's Sunday from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m., Monday through Thursday, 5 p.m. to 10 p.m., and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. Is there agreement on that issue? That live entertainment is allowed inside, and of course, as part of whatever decision is that the noise cannot be animated outside of the establishment, and that's for all establishments.
Mr. Anderson, this is Kerry Lawley speaking. And with that qualification that you have just made, it is acceptable to the group of protestants. So the noise must not emanate outside. Subject
I
to
mean,
that, we are in agreement.
That's standard for all establishment is that's standard for all establishment that you can have the noise, but outside of egress and entrance and egress, that the noise cannot emanate outside the establishment, outside of egress or when someone is entering the establishment. I'm just trying to find out if we can just bring some type of closure to some issues, so therefore we can spend our time and have a hearing on the issues that are here in dispute. I'm sorry, who's speaking, please?
Dan Olet, that is also acceptable to the ANC. I did have one brief question. So this is a combined protest. Do you need me to confirm for the ANC, or is it just okay if we go ahead and assume that Mr. Cannon speaks for both of us?
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. So, yeah, I've asked. That's why I've both asked the ANC and I've both asked the Group of Five or More if that is. I've asked the ANC and I've asked the Group of Five or More, and they asked the licensee. So, if everyone agrees, then we have an agreement at least on that one issue. And so therefore, we will move forward with the hearing on just whether or not we should grant an entertainment endorsement on the Sidewalk Cafe and what are the times. So that's what we would have this hearing on. Is that's a part of it, then we'd move forward with a hearing. So everyone's testimony would be whether or not the board should grant an entertainment endorsement on the Sidewalk Cafe, and if one's granted, what would be the hours? Do we have agreement on that issue? I'm sorry.
Yes, we have agreement. Yes, we do
Mr.
have agreement.
Lansky?
Yes.
And the owners?
Nicolaitan on behalf of the owners, agreement as well.
Are fine. So we will issue an order approving entertainment endorsement for the interior of the establishment, and the hours for entertainment are Sundays from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m., Monday through Thursday from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m., and Saturday from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. Those times were the times that were placarded on the notice. All right. Okay, so now that this issue, then we're going to have testimony on whether or not entertainment should be allowed on the Sidewalk Cafe, and if it's going to be allowed on the Sidewalk Cafe, what are the hours? And so one of the things that that's the only issue that we're now litigating. So I believe this hearing hopefully should not take all night because there's a lot of witnesses. All right. So the way the protest here normally operates is that the board goes first, the board calls its witness. Once the board calls its witness, then the board members will ask questions of its witness. After the board has asked questions of its witness, then the licensee, the applicant, will have an opportunity of asking questions of the board witness. Once the licensee has asked questions of the board's witness, then the protestant will have an opportunity of questioning the board's witness. And once the board has presented its case, then the licensee will present its case. So they'll call their witnesses. Once they've called their witnesses, then the protestants will have an opportunity to cross-examine those witnesses, and the board will have an opportunity to cross-examine those witnesses. Each side has an hour to present its case. What is more important for the board is that you spend your time on direct exam, not necessarily cross-examining witnesses, because that counts against your time. But I believe that it's more helpful if you can present direct testimony on the issues at hand. Also, there are a lot of, if you're going to call 5 witnesses, we do not want to hear redundant and repetitive testimony. So I don't want every witness come and say the same thing. Each person should come. They should provide some semblance of different testimony. So we're just to make sure that this moves forward in a logical manner. All right. So all right. So
Mr. Chairman,
who's speaking? I'm sorry.
okay, this is Alan Cannon. There's,
Yes, Mr. Cannon.
yes, there's one more issue about the outdoor entertainment. You said it would just be, you stated that it would just be on the patio, but we also want to include the streetery.
That's not an issue here. I'm looking at the placard. The placard notice states that notice hereby given that this license requests a substantial change to their license under, and the change is that they were trying to get change the hours for entertainment for the Sidewalk Cafe and for entertainment inside on the Sidewalk Cafe. That's the only issue. There's no issue here regarding the streetery. And I know that the streetery came up during COVID, and so that's not covered under this hearing. It's my understanding that the Department of Transportation is coming up with regulations for streetery. So that is not, whether or not they can operate a streetery or not, that is not part of this hearing because that was not placarded. So we're only having a hearing on the issues that are placarded on the notice. And the only issue that the substantial change was for entertainment inside and outside. That's the only issue that the board will entertain today.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
This is Nicolio with the applicants.
Yes, sir.
Question about process. Is there an opportunity at which we'll be able to present and discuss exhibits in addition to witnesses?
Yes, yeah, we're gonna do that. You're still gonna present your case.
Great.
But you're still gonna present your case. We're gonna move forward with the hearing, but all the parties have already agreed that we will grant the substantial change as far as the entertainment for the interior of the license. We're going to have a hearing today on whether or not we should grant a substantial change for the Sidewalk Cafe. So that's what we're getting. So, but I'm saying, so we're just talking about the Sidewalk Cafe. So whatever testimony, whatever witnesses who testified today, it should be whether or not entertainment should be granted on the Sidewalk Cafe and what hours. I know that the hours that were placarded were Sunday from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m., Monday through Saturday, 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. And if there's and what it is that the parties are seeking. I know what you're seeking regarding entertainment on the Sidewalk Cafe. And I don't know if the other side, if they're saying none completely, or they could agree to some with some reduced hours. I don't know, but that's what this hearing, that's what this protest hearing then will be about.
Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry. Please
This
again,
is Alan
identify
Cannon.
yourself when you speak. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes, this is Alan Cannon. To be clear, if the endorsement is granted for indoor entertainment, will the applicants be able to have entertainment in their streetery?
Again, I hear what you're saying, Mr. Remember what I said. Streeteries came up because of COVID. The Department of Transportation is in the process of coming up with regulations regarding the operation of streeteries. Okay, so this hearing will not address streeters. They will not be able to have entertainment in streeteries because this endorsement is only for the indoor and the Sidewalk Cafe. For them to, once the Department of Transportation and the other agencies, once they have develop the regulations for streeters, then if Abra is gonna allow entertainment in streeters, then that will be, a request would have to be made to the agency for whether or not they can have streetery, whether or not they can have entertainment, but that is for some future event. It is not for this hearing. And I just wanted to be clear that the license that's been granted today, the substantial change that we're talking about today, only consists of the indoors and the sidewalk cafe. That's all. It does not, if there's any other structure that's affiliated to this business, this endorsement does not cover. It covers the indoors and the sidewalk cafe. Okay?
No, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
This is Alan Cannon. Yes.
Thank you. All right, so let's now go back to the hearing. The purpose of this hearing then is narrow. It's whether or not the ABC board should grant the substantial change for them to have entertainment in the sidewalk cafe, and the hours that entertainment should be granted if the board decides to grant hours in the sidewalk cafe. All right, so what I'm going to do is that hold on 1 minute. All right. So how this is going to operate, I'm going to ask the applicant to make an opening statement, and then we'll have the protester make an opening statement. Now, did the protester, did they combine their case? Is there one person who's going to speak on behalf of the protester in the sense of a representative? Is that the ANC or is that Mr. Nolan? How's that going to go?
Anderson, this is Dan Orlasky, Commissioner. Our understanding is that the protests have been combined into one. I was hoping that, though, Mr. Cannon is the representative for the protesting, but I was hoping that as the ANC representative, I would be able to give a statement at the beginning, or we can save it till our case in chief. It's up to you. I would just like to get that settled.
Yes, I'll give you an opportunity to make. I just want to make sure that there's just one person calling witnesses. I'll allow the ANC to make an opening statement and a closing statement, but then we'll have the protester, then they'll call the witness and they can cross-examine the witnesses. But I'm not going to have both sides call in witnesses and so we have cross-examination by two different representatives.
Yeah, we understand that. Thank you.
All right, fine. All right, so let's do. So the applicant will have an opportunity to make an opening statement, then the protestant then will have an opportunity to make an opening statement. And what I'm going to do also, just to alert you, Mr. Butler, I'm going to ask you, when you go through your report, I need you to address portions of your report dealing with the outside sidewalk cafe, in a sense that other establishments within the vicinity who have an outside, that have, all right. All right. Before I just realized that I went ahead of myself. On the protestant had raised a motion earlier in the week. The protestant had raised a motion stating that we should strike the PIF by the licensee, by the applicant, because in their view it was not filed timely. Does the protestant want us to rule on that issue, or do they want to drop that issue?
Yeah, this is Alan Cannon.
Yeah.
The protestant has decided that in the spirit of cooperation, that we will drop that issue.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, thank you. I forgot that it was on our legal agenda. I got so excited that at least I got settlement on some issues that I forgot that preliminary issue that was raised. So thank you for doing that. So the protest has now dropped its preliminary motion that was filed earlier. All right. So what I'll do now is that I'll ask the licensee to make an opening statement, and then I'll have the protester make an opening statement. The board after that the board will call its witness, and again, the purpose of this hearing is whether or not we should grant the substantial change for entertainment on the Sidewalk Cafe. Okay? Who's speaking for the owner?
This is Nick Golietta. I will speak on behalf of the owners.
Go ahead, sir.
Barcata Wine Bar is seeking an outdoor and indoor entertainment license for the premises located at 1939 12th Street Northwest, located in Arts 1 mixed-use zone. We, through the settlement agreement process, have heard and responded to the concerns of the residents within the adjacent zones, many of whom are 130 feet or more removed from the premises, and we have, in the spirit of cooperation, proposed sound testing and abatement strategies to ensure that the volumes heard by residents would be within the limits prescribed by 25725 noise from licensed premises. Regardless of the outcome today on the outdoor cafe, it is always our objective to ensure that we are operating within the legal compliance and also to the satisfaction of our neighbors and residents nearby. The protestants have brought together many cases with concerns around traffic, parking, and ADA compliance, which predominantly stem from the presence of Barcata Wine Bar Streetery, which, as previously discussed, is mostly irrelevant to this case. And this request obviously includes no change to the streetery or parking conditions, except as part of sound abatement strategies to ensure that the concerns of the neighbors are respected at all times. Additionally, concerns of trash and sanitation through the area predate the existence of Barcata Wine Bar. We share these concerns greatly, and we hope to work together with them to address concerns as part of a community. With that, we are going to review exhibits, including letters of support from not only the condo association of the building in which we reside at 1939 12th Street, the Moderno Condo Association, as well as a joint statement from several neighbors that live several doors down from us, as well as reviewing our correspondence and our desire to always work in collaboration with the protesters and all neighbors. And finally, our proposals for how to ensure that all of our sound emanation, as it seems to be the primary and relevant concern, stays within legal compliance. That is all.
Thank you. Mr. Cannon, do you wish to make an opening statement, sir?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. I am Alan Cannon, and I, together with 9 other neighborhood residents, are protesting to oppose Wine Bar's application for an entertainment endorsement that will permit Barcata to use amplified music, voices, and other sounds to hold outdoors, bingo and trivia games, live jazz, and drag shows, and other unspecified cultural events. During this hearing, protestants will show that if Barcata's application is granted for outdoor entertainment, it would first represent an inappropriate and unprecedented encroachment of commercial entertainment activities into an overwhelmingly residential block of the U Street community. Second, that it will have substantial adverse impacts on the peace, order, and quiet of the 1900 block of 12th Street Northwest, including the impacts on residents of outdoor amplified music and voice broadcast. 2, the impacts on pedestrian and vehicular safety and traffic caused by crowds of people spilling over onto the sidewalks and streets adjacent to Barcata and Barcata Streetery. And 3, the impacts of increased litter strewn throughout our neighborhood. Protestants will also show that, based on Barcata's past conduct, we have good reason to believe that Barcata will be unlikely to comply with the terms of its endorsement or to work cooperatively with its neighbors to mitigate the adverse impacts of its proposed entertainment activities. And finally, we will share our considered view that an approval of Barcata's entertainment endorsement may well set a precedent in the neighborhood that other nearby establishments will be likely to use to their advantage in the future. That is the end of my opening statement, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. All right, the board will call its first witness, and we'll call Mr. Donnell Butler. Mr. Butler, can you please raise your right hand, please? Take yourself off mute, sir, please. Thank you.
Chair
Do you
Donovan,
swear?
this is Commissioner
I'm
Orlowski.
sorry, I apologize. I apologize, Mr. Larski. Yes, I did tell you I'll give you an opportunity. I apologize. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Thank you for taking the time today to hear this protest hearing. As an ANC commissioner for a mixed-use zone neighborhood, it's often very difficult to balance the needs of residents with the needs of businesses. It also takes a considerable level of understanding and compromise on both sides. This is something that residents of U Street are very familiar with because we are often asked to accept intrusions and inconveniences into our lives that benefit businesses due to the fact that this is a nightlife destination. Those intrusions are unfortunately increasing, not decreasing. While Barcata has been a welcome addition to the neighborhood, as all involved in this protest would agree, what they're asking to be allowed to do would be another intrusion to the neighbors' rights to quiet enjoyment of their homes, as well as potentially causing a public nuisance. Barcata certainly has a right to operate their business, and the protestants here do not begrudge them that right. They merely ask that they do so without the potential to cause any further inconveniences or disruptions to their lives and the lives of their neighbors. To this end, the protestants have offered to support a substantial change application that would restrict entertainment to indoor only. ABRA, as you know, is responsible for enforcing DC Code Section 25-725, which deals with noise generated by ABRA licensed establishments. It reads in relevant part that the licensee under an on-premises retailer's license shall not produce any sound, noise, or music of such intensity that may be heard in any premises other than the licensed establishment by any use of mechanical devices, machines, apparatus, or instruments of amplification of the human voice or any sound or noise. It could not be clearer from this language. It prohibits ABRA licensed establishments from producing amplified sound that can be heard in any residence, no matter how close or far away that residence is from the location. What Barcata is proposing, even with mitigation measures they have included in their PIP, would violate Section 25-725. You will soon hear testimony from Mr. Ryan Heiling, who resides just above Barcata in the Moderno condo. He will be testifying at an unlicensed event held on June 29, 2021 by the applicant, an event that included amplified sound was absolutely audible to a disruptive level inside his home. Why would anyone assume that this would not happen again if this was granted? I also think that it bears mentioning that an endorsement, once added to a license, will run with that license in perpetuity until it is removed by ABRA, meaning any subsequent operator of this space could take advantage of this and may not be as willing to work with their neighbors as Barcata's owners claim to be. Additionally, the DC Noise Control Act sets legal limits for appropriate sound levels in residential and commercial zones that do not exceed 60 decibels. That is essentially a normal speaking voice between two people located a meter away from each other. What it's asking me to do is have amplified sound outside connected to their streetery, the purpose of which is to amplify sound above normal speaking level. Obviously, this would violate a 60 decibel threshold. Frankly, ladies and gentlemen of the board, I feel like allowing this endorsement is a bad idea. It would fly in the face of the DC Code and set a very bad precedent in this neighborhood and across the city. I ask you, what is it to stop any other ABRA licensed establishment from requesting a similar endorsement, allowing them to have amplified sound outside their establishment if this one is granted? Keep in mind, this is not a summer garden we're talking about. It's not an enclosed area of this business. It is essentially a public sidewalk. There are several other issues with crowd control, but I'm going to skip over that part. So frankly, I would like to address the applicant's exhibit. It's a letter of support from the president of the Moderno Condominium Board. Mr. Heiling, also a resident of the Moderno condos, will be testifying that he never received any notice from Barcata or his condo board of this proposal. And he will also go on to testify that Barcata actually holds a seat on that condo board. Additionally, the letter that was in evidence actually only refers to the president of the condo board's personal opinion. It does not say anything about the residents of the condominium building agreeing on this, nor does it show any vote taken by the condo board. It is simply a personal letter with her own opinion on it. For these reasons, and in light of the evidence presented in the testimony you've heard and are about to hear, I respectfully request that Barkada's application for a substantial change be denied.
Thank you, Mr. Orlando. All right. And again, I apologize. I know it appears that you spent a lot of time in writing your opening statement, and it appears that I was about to take away that from you, so I do apologize, sir. All right.
That's all. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for the
All
opportunity.
right, thank you. All right, so the board now will call its first witness, and Mr. Donald Butler. Mr. Butler, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Mr. Butler, can you please state your name for the record, please?
My name is Donnell Butler, spelled Donnell. Last name Butler, Butler.
And where are you currently employed, sir?
I'm employed for Alcohol Beverage Regulation Administration.
And how long have you been employed with the agency?
Approximately 24 years.
And what are your duties, sir, working for the agency?
My duties are mainly to conduct investigations and conduct regulatory inspections of all ABC licensed establishment within the DC area.
And are you familiar with this establishment, sir?
Yes, I am.
How do you become familiar with this establishment?
I was assigned a protest investigation of Barkada to do a protest investigation.
Did there come a time that you wrote a report?
Yes, sir.
Do you want me to? Are you able to share the report with us?
Yes. Let me try. Ms.
Foster, can you please give him the ability to share his screen, please?
One second. Give me 1 second more. Gotta bring up the report. Give me 1 second, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
How do I bring up this report? Oh, that's it. Okay.
All right, so Mr. Butler, can you identify the document that's on the screen, please?
This is a report prepared by myself. Protest by Carter Wine and Bar.
Now, can you just describe the area that this establishment is located in, sir?
Can you repeat that, please?
Can you please describe the area? What type of house the area of this establishment? Describe the area for us, please.
Oh, the Barkada Lounge is located on the multi-building complex located on 12th Street on the bottom level, first floor. It has apartment units to the right of the establishment, and to the left of the establishment is a ABC store, ABC establishment.
So what are you aware, what type of zone area is this establishment located in, sir?
Yes, it's zoned in a R1 zone intended to permit moderate density, compact mixed-use development.
And within this area, approximately how many other establishment, ABC licensed establishment are in this area, sir?
There are approximately 50 board-approved ABC licenses in the area within 1,200 feet of that establishment.
All right, now within this area, do you know how many other how many establishments within within 1,200 feet of this vicinity has a summer garden?
There are approximately 10 CTs that have summer gardens and entertainment endorsement.
Now, for the 10, what are the 10 establishments? Can you tell us, can you identify the 10 establishments that have summer gardens and if you know where they're located? I know they're within the 1,200 feet, but do you know, can you tell us the addresses where they're located?
Yeah, one is Dodge City, is located at 917 U Street. The Dirty Goose is 913 U Street. E-Ray is 919 through 921 U Street. There's also Mirror Lounge. This is 1929th Street. There's also Lulu's. Wanda Garden is 1940 11th Street. There's also the Wet Dog Tavern, 2100 Vermont Avenue. Ducombe, which is a CR, 1114 U Street. Brixton, which is 901 U Street. And Sudhouse, which is 1340 U Street. The Gibson, which is 2009 14th Street. The Red Lounge Hooper is 2013 14th Street. And they all have entertainment endorsement and summer garden.
No, what street is Barcata Lounge located on?
Barcata Lounge is located on 12th Street.
So are there any, you've given the other establishments you've given, they're on, I think they're on U Street and they're on, I think and 14th Street. So how close are these? I know it's within the 1,200 feet, but
right.
Are there any other establishments on 12th Street that's beside it or across from on 12th Street that you're aware of?
No, there's none. The only close establishment with walking distance is the Ducombe Ethiopian restaurant. That's on the corner, about 3 doors to the left of Barcata.
So you're saying then this is the only, to the best of your knowledge, this is the only ABC establishment that's on 12th Street within where this is located. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, for all these establishments on U Street that have a summer garden, how many of these establishments have an entertainment endorsement on their summer garden?
All 10.
All
10 have entertainment. All 10 have entertainment endorsement. The ones that I mentioned.
So they all have entertainment endorsement on
Yes,
their
sir.
summer garden.
Yes.
Do you know what the hours of the entertainment on the summer garden for these establishments?
Yes. Yes, I can go through. I can go through all 10 if you want me to, but they do have the hours on the summer garden vary from establishment to establishment. They vary, but
Yes, I need you to go tell me for all 10 establishments, what are the hours on their summer garden?
okay, for Dodge City, the hours Sunday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. Monday through Thursday, 5 p.m. to 2 a.m. Friday and Saturday, 5 p.m. to 3 a.m. on Friday. Saturday is 11 a.m. to 3 a.m. That's Dodge City.
Okay.
The Dirty Goose. The Dirty Goose hours are Sunday, 10 a.m. to 2:30 a.m. That runs through Thursday, Friday, 10 a.m. to 2:30, and Saturday also 10 a.m. to 2:30 a.m.
Okay.
E-Ray. It also goes from Sunday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 3 a.m. Friday, 11 a.m. to 4 a.m. Saturday, 11 a.m. to 4 a.m.
Okay.
Mirror Lounge. It opens at 10 a.m. It runs to 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday. Friday and Saturday closes at 3 a.m. Friday and Saturday, 3 a.m. That's Mirror Lounge.
Okay.
The Wet Dog Tavern, the operation hours for Summer Garden, 7 a.m. start, and it runs to 2 a.m. all the way to Thursday, 2 a.m., and then Friday, Saturday, 7 a.m. to 3 a.m., Saturday, 7 a.m. to 3 a.m. That's the Wet Dog Tavern.
Okay.
There's another one, Ice Company, American Ice Company, which is 917 V Street. The hours are 11 a.m. to open to 2 a.m. But Friday and Saturday, 3 a.m. Saturday, 3 a.m. close.
Okay.
The Brixton, it opens on Sunday, 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. Monday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. Friday, 11 a.m. to 3 a.m. Saturday, 11 a.m. to 3 a.m. That's in Brixton. The Sun House, again, opens at 11 o'clock on Sunday to 2 o'clock a.m. 11:30 on Monday through Saturday. They close Friday at 3 a.m. and Saturday 3 o'clock a.m. You got that one?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. The Gibson is 5:30 p.m. to 2 a.m. That's Sunday through Thursday. Friday and Saturday, 5:30 to 3. Saturday, 5:30 to 3. The Lounge Hooper, they open at 10 a.m. to 12 a.m. That's Sunday. 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. Monday through Thursday. Friday and Saturday, 10 a.m. to 3 a.m. And the last one, I think, is Lulu's, which is a restaurant located 1940 11th Street. The hours of operation are 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday. Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 3 a.m. And that concludes.
Now, Mr. Butler, have you had a chance to visit this establishment?
Yes, sir.
Now, can you describe for us the area? Tell me the surrounding area in this establishment when you went to visit it.
The establishment is mostly residential on the side of Barcata, with exceptions of the ABC store that's next door on the left. On the
I'm sorry,
corner,
what store is next door on the left? What's that?
that's an ABC store. I think it's Gallagher's. Let me see.
It's Gallagher and Graham.
I'm sorry, sir.
Gallagher.
I only need the investigator.
Yeah.
Thanks for your help, but I only need the investigator to speak, sir. Thank you very much. So what you said, Gallagher? What type of establishment is that?
It's an ABC store, alcohol.
No, I'm sorry, but what type of license do they have?
Oh, they have an A license. I'm sorry.
It's a liquor store.
Yeah, liquor store.
Okay. All right. All right. So you were describing for us the block. So go ahead.
The block is mainly residential, from U Street all the way to the other end of the block, on both sides of the street. On both sides, and it's mainly residential.
So with the exception of an A store, so it's your representation, this is the only other alcohol establishment on that.
Yes, sir. That's the only alcohol establishment there.
Now given the you told us the Summer Garden, you gave us the licensed establishment that has a Summer Garden, and it appears that the majority of these establishments were on U Street. Is that correct?
Correct.
So can you just, for the record, can you describe the U Street corridor where where these other establishments are in comparison to 12th Street where Barcarta Bar? Tell me, can you describe the difference, if any, between these two areas?
It's a, where Barcarta is on 12th Street, it sits almost by itself as a restaurant. On U Street, within the 900 block up to 1400 block is restaurants and taverns, numerous restaurants and taverns.
Right.
I think the closest one off of 12th Street is Amsterdam, and that's a nightclub, I do believe. And then further down, you have Ben's next door and so forth.
All right. Now, all right, you also stated that you went to visit the establishment. Can you tell us, when did you go visit the establishment and what did you see when you visited?
I visited the establishment. I took a walkthrough just to see the makeup and the dynamics of how it, is located. It's very small in stature. It has a few tables inside and a bar. You walk in, there's a bar to the right-hand side towards the rear of the establishment. It's a very small, quaint establishment.
Right. So, Namsen, I'd ask you when you went to visit, you said you went to visit the establishment. So tell me when you went to visit it and what did you observe when you went to visit?
I visited the establishment and I observed at one point approximately 6 or 7 patrons indulging in wines and eating various dishes.
So how many times did you visit the establishment?
I visited approximately five times.
And what hours of the day did you visit the establishment?
Various times, because mainly it was during the winter months, and during the winter months it was kind of cold out. So I visited at least 5 times between 11 a.m. and 12 a.m. and then Friday and Saturdays 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. different various times. I couldn't really adjust my time because of the weather. There wasn't a lot of people out on the patio, so most of the people inside was indulgent in conversation and food.
So did you observe any ABRA violations any of the times you went to visit?
No, I observed no ABRA violations at the time I visited. No.
All right. I don't have you can close your screen, sir. I don't have any other questions. Do any other board members have any questions that they wish to ask? You can close your screen, Mr. Butler.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask Investigator Butler some questions.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Good afternoon, Investigator Butler.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm sorry, Mr. Butler, do you know how to close your screen?
Yeah, there you go.
Go ahead,
Okay,
Mr.
there we go.
Mr. Butler, the place where their summer garden,
Yes, sir.
Carter's Summer Garden is located, is there any public space involved?
There were a couple of public spaces involved, if you want to say. You mean sidewalk cafes?
Well, no, I'm asking you, are there any public properties, any public property involved in the logistics of this application for Summer Garden?
None that I can understand, no.
It's all private property.
All private property, I understand, yeah.
Okay. Now, can you, 24 years, I mean, you have a pretty good grasp of that area. Can you give a percentage on 12th Street between U Street and I guess that would be S at the other end?
Mm-hmm.
What is the percentage of private residences, homes versus businesses? Give me percentages for the homes first, and then the percentage of businesses on that block. Just Just the 1900 block of 12th Street.
12th Street. I would say there's at least 3 businesses there, other than the museum that's on the left-hand side of 12th Street, 12th and U. The rest contains apartment buildings and housing.
So you would say it's more than 90% housing?
Correct. More than, yes.
Okay. And what you described as the museum used to be the YMCA, is that correct?
I'm not certain. That's going back before me, but
Okay, not
yes.
a problem. But at any rate, over 90% of the properties there are residential.
Residential, yes, sir.
And so what is the on the interior of Bacata, what is the number of occupancy? How many people can they have inside of their what's on their certificate of occupancy? The number.
Let me see. Got a lot of numbers in my head. Give me a second.
No problem. Take your time.
There's 49. Occupancy load of 49, sir.
49. Okay, so that's just below the 50 that would make it a public assembly. But anyway, how many would they have on the summer garden? What's the occupancy proposed?
I do believe it's 12 seating.
So it's not much of a big space.
No, it's very small, very tiny. Very tiny.
Okay, you know the business very well. You've been an investigator for 24 years.
24.
So where would a band or a DJ set up out there with that small space?
It would be very, very tight. If they talked about the eatery, which is not included in the protest, I would say there's very room for any band, a 3-piece band, maybe a guitar and
Okay, that sounds kind of small, but at any rate, what is the distance between the eatery, which is on this 12th Street itself, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And the establishment? How much footage is between them?
I would say approximately maybe 15 from the eatery, from the curve to about 15, 20 feet.
Not much.
That much, if not that, yeah.
Okay, and you mentioned Ben's After Dark or Ben's Next Door, and you mentioned a couple of others. And you say all those other addresses you gave us on 14th Street and Vermont Avenue and
Vermont Avenue.
9th Street. Are they within that 1,200 feet that we were talking about?
Yes, sir.
1,200 feet from 12th Street to 9th Street?
Yes, sir. It surprised me too, but according to
That's the map.
The map, that's within 1,200 feet. Yes, sir.
So, and you mentioned 14th Street. So from 12th Street, from 12th and U to 14th and U, that's within 1,200 feet?
Within 1,200 feet. Yes, sir.
It is? Okay, well, that's what your report says. I can go along with that. But at any rate, again, I just wanted to get those numbers. So 49 for the interior.
Mm-hmm. And 12 on the outside.
12 outside.
Yes. And 12 seating outside.
And 90% of the buildings on the 1900 block of 12th Street are residential.
Residential, correct.
Okay, that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your excellent report, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by any of the board members? All right, okay, so who was speaking with? Mr. Galata, you're the one who was speaking. So do you have any questions of the investigator, sir?
This is Nick Olieta from the applicant. Yes, I do. Following along in order of how we discussed some of these issues, during any of your visits or in any of your report, have you found any noise violations reported against Barcata Wine Bar?
No, there were no noise violations, no.
Thank you. And then looking at regulations 25725, regardless of live amplification or not, would all of the protestants and nearby residents be protected from the noise regulations described within?
It depends on if the noise is outside, egress. Provided that the entertainment is confined to inside, there wouldn't be allowed volume of noise.
And if it was non-live?
It would be audible to some of the residents outside. Yes.
Okay, and then Commissioner Orlansky mentioned a 60 decibel general noise limit. That also applies regardless of the passage of this outdoor cafe live entertainment license?
Is that a question?
Yes, it is. It does.
Oh,
Is that
yeah,
true
I
or
mean,
false?
It's true. 60. If you talking and you're playing as music is playing and your volume, from my experience, seems to go up so they can hear each other talk. So as the music plays, the volume of voices will go up and it will probably resonate into some of the apartments or other units.
And they'll still be able to seek recourse from that legislation to if they ever should have any concerns or violations.
Right.
And then also, is there general noise ordinance across all of DC that in general ends at about 10 p.m.?
Correct.
Correct. And then that also coincides with the applicant's submission for ending at 10 p.m.?
From what I understand, yes.
And then moving on to some of the other establishments that we went through, I wasn't able to take notes quick enough to capture all of them, but it sounded like the majority of them ended between 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. in the area?
Correct. Friday and Saturday, yes.
And would that include several establishments along 11th Street as well as V Street?
Correct.
And then in your experience, can you describe some of the neighborhoods on 11th Street Northwest in the 1900 block?
11th Street. 1011.
I believe from your report, that
Well,
includes Lulu's Wine Garden.
Yeah, you have maybe a couple.
Sully's.
Yes, Sully's, and you have maybe 2 or 3 off the top of my head that I can think of. I can see, not knowing the names of them.
Got you. And then how would you describe the rest of that street if you continue south?
Very quiet, residential.
So that would be similar description to 12th Street Northwest?
Correct.
Where Barcata is located? Great. And then, well, I personally do not. Are you familiar with the location along V Street in either the 900 block, potentially where on your exhibit it's American Ice Company is located?
Yes, somewhat.
Would that also be generally residential?
Yes, it's mixed. Yes.
And would you, and maybe referencing one of the maps, would you be able to describe approximately how close the outdoor cafe area of Barcata Wine Bar is to U Street itself?
Given the fact that you have 1, 2, 3, 2 other establishments going towards U Street, I would approximately in footage would say maybe 100 feet up.
Okay.
That's approximately. I mean, I haven't walked it,
Fair enough. I appreciate it. I was looking for just a rough characterization from your description of the neighborhood. From the applicant side, no further questions. Thank you for your report.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cannon, do you have any questions you want to ask the investigator?
Okay, yes, this is Alan Cannon, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin, I think we might have a bit of a technical issue. I am using Ms. Lawley's computer, but I would, at some point, I know I would like to bring up exhibits. Is there a way that one of your technicians at Arbor could bring up exhibits that I have, that I have numbered and share them with the group?
Unfortunately, sir, there's no one here to do that. Remember, we're all remote, and
Yes.
so we're all remote, so no one has access to bring none of us have independently have that to do. Maybe if you can, I'm not sure one of your other witness, you could maybe ask one of your other witness, they could bring the documents up.
Anderson,
But, yeah.
if I have access to share my screen, I can do it.
All right, yeah. And Mr. Orlansky, there's something with your volume. I'm not quite sure. You just
closer, but my microphone's not that great.
well, yeah, and yeah, we're aware that your microphone is off. So you sound like you're far distance away. But you would have to work with one of your witnesses to see if they can do that. So if you want documents, then if Mr. Orlansky, if he's gonna bring them up, then I can have him have the ability to share his screen, and then you can go from there. Okay.
Oh, this is Alan Cannon. Yes, Chairman, that is great. Okay, great. Okay, well, now I guess I refer my questions to Mr. Butler.
Yes, if you have any questions for Mr. Butler.
Yes, okay. Well, Mr. Butler, I have some questions.
I'm sorry, hold on one minute. I need everyone to mute their phone with the exception of Mr. Butler and you, Mr. Cannon. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Butler.
Good
You know,
afternoon.
I have a few questions about your investigator's report. I guess it's dated February 22. So what I would like to do is refer to your report, page 11. Now, I wonder if Mr. Orlansky can bring up that page.
Well, I think Mr. Butler can bring his report back up, sir.
Okay, that would be great. That would be great.
But Mr. Butler, I believe you should still have the ability to share your screen and stuff for you to bring your report back up and go to page 11.
Okay, page 11. Got it.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Butler. Now, this is a record of your visits to Barkada during your investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it indicates that you visited the premises on various dates, both daytime and nighttime hours, from the period of Friday, January 1st through Friday, February 18th. And is that correct?
16th. Yes, sir.
16th. Okay. Pardon me, sir. All right. Mr. Butler, are you aware that, no, strike that question. Mr. Butler, during your visits to Barkada, did Barkada ever broadcast amplified music and voices outdoors on its patio or in its streetery, or host any outdoor entertainment such as bingo, trivia games, and unspecified cultural events on its patio or in its streetery?
Not that I'm aware of during the time of my visit. No, I didn't observe any of that.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that during your visits, you didn't really get an opportunity to assess the impact that such outdoor entertainment activities, particularly in the evenings, might have on the residential properties nearby to Barkada?
That's correct. And as I stated before, it was during the winter months when I was assigned this protest investigation, and I would doubt during the winter storm that people would be sitting outside.
Okay, that's great, Mr. Butler. Now, also, Mr. Butler, during your visits to Barkada, did you get a chance to assess the neighborhood street on which Barkada is located?
Yes.
Okay, good. Now, based on your assessment, would you agree that the 1900 block of 12th Street Northwest is a two-lane street that is approximately 30 feet wide?
It is a tight street, yes, 2 lanes.
Okay. Would you also agree that this block is overwhelmingly residential in nature, featuring mostly ground or basement level residential dwellings?
I'm not certain what you mean by that. I think they're mostly all residential, whether or not they're basement or not, I didn't take notice of.
Okay. All right. So would you like to take a look at an exhibit? Okay, let's put it this way. Mr. Butler, okay, would you dispute the statement that it's overwhelmingly, that this part of the street is overwhelmingly residential in nature, with mostly ground or basement level residential dwellings?
I wouldn't dispute it, no.
Okay, good. Now, would you disagree with the statement that the front porch of one of the residential units across the street from Barcata is located less than 100 feet from Barcata Streetery?
I wouldn't dispute it, but without me going out doing the actual measurement, you know, I couldn't be certain.
Okay, but you, like you said, you couldn't dispute that. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, good. Mr. Butler, now I'd like to ask you some questions regarding the nearby board-approved ABC licensed establishments located within 1,200 yards of Barcata as listed on pages 5 through 8 of your investigation report. Could you pull up pages 5 through 8, please?
Okay, starting at 5.
Yes, that's good.
Okay.
All right. Now, Mr. Butler, I heard your testimony earlier. I think maybe you made a bit of a mistake. You were saying that a lot of these places were located within 1,200 feet of Barcata. Actually, that's 1,200 yards of Barcata. Is that correct?
According to the chart that we use,
Yes.
it's 1,200 feet, within 1,200 feet. Not yards, feet.
It's 1,200 feet.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll go with that. All right. Mr. Butler, are you familiar with the areas of U Street, 14th Street, and 9th Street within 1,200 feet of Barcata?
Somewhat.
Where, where the Arbor approved establishments are located?
Yeah, somewhat.
Okay, good.
A lot of things have changed in 20 years.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Butler. Okay, based on your familiarization with these areas, would you agree that the streets in these areas, let's call those streets, U Street, 14th Street, and 9th Street as major streets, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Would you agree that these major streets are significantly wider than 12th Street?
Yes.
Okay. That they are heavily trafficked 4-lane thoroughfares?
Yes.
Okay. They are predominantly populated with commercial or entertainment establishments?
Correct.
And they are populated with few ground or basement level residential dwelling units?
I would say yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Butler. Next, I would like to ask about the establishments on these 50 establishments on your list. And first, I'd like to ask you about a couple of them. One is the Lincoln. That should be listed at number 28.
Okay.
And the Compass Rose, which it appears is listed at both numbers 30 and 39. Is that correct?
30, yes. Compass Rose at 39.
At both 30 and 39.
Compass Rose at 30 and 39, yes.
Yes, okay. So now, regarding the Lincoln, it appears that establishment inadvertently appears on the list because its location, 1100 Vermont Avenue, is actually in the block of Vermont Avenue just north of K Street Northwest, and thus is not located within 1,200 feet of Barcata. Would that be correct?
I would assume so.
Yes, okay. And then turning to the establishment Compass Rose, would you agree that this establishment was inadvertently appears twice on the list?
Yes, I see it. Yes, it must have been an error on my part.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine, Mr. Butler.
Okay.
Now, next, regarding the 48 remaining establishments on the list, would you disagree with a finding that 16 of them do not appear to have entertainment endorsements? And if you'd like me to do it, I can list out the numbers if you want.
Yeah, because other than that, I'll have to count them myself.
Okay. Do you want me to count them out?
Yes, would you please?
Okay, great. Okay, there would be number 6, number 11, number 12, number 13, number 15, number 17, number 19, number 22, number 24, number 31, number 36, number 41, number 44, number 45, number 46, and number 47.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I mean, we can all check later, as you're
Yeah.
looking over the case.
So,
But I just represent to you that that's correct.
okay.
Okay. All right. Now, Mr. Butler, regarding the remaining 32 establishments with entertainment endorsements on this list, would you disagree with the finding that 28 of them are located either on or on the corner of one of the major streets we referenced earlier?
Yes,
And I can count those out if you'd like me to.
the ones that you mentioned are on major streets, yes.
Okay, good. Well, just for the record's sake, I'll just count them out. Those are number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 14, 16, 18, 20, 21, 23, 26, 27, 33, 34, 35, 37, 38, 40, 42, 43, 48, 49, and 50. So now, getting back to questioning, Mr. Butler, we now have 4 remaining establishments on the list because we've eliminated those. We now should have 4 remaining establishments on your list. Is that okay?
Okay.
All right. Now, would you disagree with the finding that these establishments are Compass Rose, which is number 30, Lulu's Wine Garden, number 25, American Ice Company, number 32, and Wet Dog Tavern, number 29?
Okay.
I mean, you can go back and check again, but
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure I've got it right.
In your question.
Okay. Okay, good. Now, Mr. Butler, to the best of your knowledge or recollection, do any of these establishments broadcast amplified music and voices outdoors on its sidewalk, patio, and host outdoor entertainment activities such as bingo, trivia games, and unspecified cultural events on its sidewalk and patio or its streetery?
I would honestly have to say that unless I visit each one of them personally, I can't say for certain because between the COVID and today's date, most of them the situations has changed. So most likely they, if any, they probably do. If they have an endorsement for entertainment, they probably will or they probably do.
Okay, but you can't say for sure, is that correct?
Can't say for sure at this time, no.
Okay, that's fine. So you couldn't dispute that, you couldn't dispute an assertion that they do not host these sorts of entertainments on the sidewalk in front of their establishments?
Correct.
Okay, good. Okay, I have a question that's sort of within your report, but not quite all the way there. But I'm just curious. Are you familiar with ABRA's rules regarding seating capacity at 8 ABRA-approved establishments?
At 8?
At 8 ABRA-approved establishments?
Seating capacity?
Yes.
I'm familiar with seating capacity, yes.
Okay. Can you explain how ABRA might handle a situation when an establishment may want to exceed its capacity limits?
They first have to get approval from DCRA for the extension and resubmit diagrams as to how they want to improve their seating capacity and submit it to ABRA after that with documents and charts.
Okay. Now, Mr. Butler, a little bit earlier before, I guess the applicant, question you about how far Barcata is located from the corner of U Street. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Yes. And he suggested that maybe it's 100 feet. Is that correct?
That's my estimate, probably 100 feet from Barcata to the corner of U Street. Give or take
Okay,
a few.
yes, that's correct. That's what you said, Mr. Butler.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Butler, could you dispute a finding that is actually 130 feet from the corner of U Street?
I wouldn't dispute it because, like I say, I haven't physically walked it and count those steps from the beginning. So if it's 130, give a plus or take.
Okay. Okay, that's the end of my questioning, Mr. Butler. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can reduce your screen, Mr. Butler.
I'm sorry, say again.
Reduce your screen, sir. Close your screen, please.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Any follow-up questions? Does any other board member have any questions before I dismiss Mr. Butler?
This is Commissioner Orlowski. I did have one clarifying question I'd like to ask.
This is the only question I'm going to have you ask Mr. Orlansky. The agreement was that you're going to make an opening and closing, but as the ANC, I will allow you to ask the question, sir. But this is all right.
We've been discussing Summer Gardens a lot, but it's my impression that Barcata is licensed for a sidewalk cafe. Now, I know that might be a subtle distinction, but I think it's a slightly different structure we're talking about.
Are you asking a question or are you asking a clarification?
That's true from Mr. Butler.
You're asking me if Barcata has a summer garden or a sidewalk cafe, or if they're applying for it?
No,
Sidewalk cafe.
It specifies one or the other.
I can't hear you too clearly.
Sorry, their license specifies sidewalk cafe. I was wondering if you were
Sidewalk cafe.
Yes.
Yeah, sidewalk cafe, I do believe.
Not a summer garden.
Not a summer garden.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. That's all I had there.
All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Butler, for your testimony. You're free to go.
Thank you.
All right. We've been going at this for a minute. I'm going to take a 10-minute break. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. So you don't need to log off. We're off the record. It's 4 minutes after 4. We will log back on. We will continue this case at 4:14. I'm sorry, at 4:15. So I need everyone here. So you don't need to log off. Just put your microphone on mute and stop your camera. So we'll be back on the record at 4:15. All right. Thank you. We are back on the record. I just want to remind everyone, remember, we've streamlined this hearing, so the only issue that we need to elicit testimony on is the appropriateness of granting an entertainment endorsement on the Sidewalk Cafe. All right, just testimony on the appropriateness of providing an endorsement for the Sidewalk Cafe. That's the only issue that's here. If this hearing goes for another 2 hours, we will have another scheduled break. So one of the things I'll try to do is to have every 2 hours to have a scheduled break, just to be mindful of each other. So just letting you know that if this hearing goes another 2 hours, we'll have another scheduled another scheduled break at the appropriate time. Of course, if you're not speaking, if you need to take care of a personal emergency, you're welcome to do that. I personally don't have that option to do that. I always have to be here, but you have that opportunity to do that. All right, Mr. Galega, do you have a witness you wish to call, sir?
I do not have any witnesses I'd like to call, but I do have a process question about when to review exhibits.
So there are exhibits that you wish to there. Well, one of the things that if you have exhibits, then you need to have someone identify what the exhibits are if you want me to move into evidence. So if you have exhibits, then why don't you call a witness and have them talk about what the documents are, and then you can ask to move them into evidence. So you have no evidence, you have no testimony that you're going to present?
I will call on Nathan Fisher.
I know, but I'm just asking you do you not plan to call any witnesses?
That's correct. We feel that the witness of Investigator Butler, as well as the exhibits, would be sufficient.
Okay. All right. So why don't you? So you're going to call on Mr. Fisher to identify. So you're going to ask him about the documents, and so he can identify the documents, and then you'll ask to move them into evidence. Is that what you're trying to do?
Yes, and these are all documents included in the PIF.
All right. So who has the documents? You or Mr. Fisher?
I have them.
All right. So then you want to share your screen? Is that what you're trying to do?
Yes, please.
Ms. Washburn, can you please allow Mr. Guliega to share his screen, please?
Thank you. Confirmed I have permissions. I'm pulling up the documents now.
And I'm not, well, let me still, so you want to call Mr. Fisher. So Mr. Fisher, can you raise your right hand? I'm not sure if you're going to testify, but at least let me swear you in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? You need to take yourself off mute, Mr. Fisher.
I do.
You do? All right, fine. Go ahead, Mr. Galliega.
Thank you. I'll begin sharing my screen. And the first exhibit I'd like to call is from our packet, exhibit number 7, which is distance measurements within the area.
Can you ask him to identify what this document is, sir?
Yes. Mr. Fisher, can you please identify this document that I have on my screen? And I'll run through from top to finish real quick. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes, that is Exhibit 7 in our PIF.
And what is exhibit? I know you're not a lawyer, so I'm assuming you're not a lawyer, but one of the
Correct.
reasons why I need you to ask the person for the record to tell us what it is that we're looking at, sir.
And Mr. Fisher, can you tell us what we're looking at?
We are looking at distance measurements between Barcata Wine Bar and the homes of those in the Protestant group.
Thank you. And can you read out the approximate measurement between the farthest south corner of the establishment named Barcata Wine Bar and 1920 12th Street?
That would be 131.8 feet.
Thank you. Moving on to Exhibit 2. Can you tell us what you see directly across the street and slightly to the south from Barcata Wine Bar?
Directly across the street, there is a large office building, as well as a alley street, and then a right now it's just a field, not a parking lot.
And can you describe some of the establishments highlighted with yellow pins along the south side of U Street?
Along the south side of U Street, in this, we also have Brooklyn on U, Amsterdam Lounge, and then Dukum Ethiopian Restaurant.
Do you recognize any of these establishments from Mr. Butler's testimony as being ABRA licensed establishments?
Yes.
Can you also state for the record this exhibit that we previously looked at as well, for reference?
Yes, that this exhibit appears to be the investigator's report.
And if I move to locating the page here, and can you identify establishment number 25?
Number 25 is Lulu's Wine Garden.
And do they have entertainment indoors as well as sidewalk cafe and summer garden?
With this and with the testimony from the investigator, yes, they do.
Have you visited Lulu's Wine Garden?
I have.
Can you describe the street on which Lulu's Wine Garden is located?
Lulu's Wine Garden is located right behind us on 11th Street. They have a streetery, a outdoor sidewalk cafe, as well as an outdoor area in the back. We also share a back with them where our trash goes.
Did I hear you incorrectly in saying that we are so close that we look across the alley behind our establishment to the back of theirs?
Correct.
Thank you. And one moment while I pull up the appropriate document. Do you recognize this exhibit, and can you describe to us what it is?
Yes, this is, I don't know exactly what number exhibit this is, but this is the exhibit in which conversation that I had between myself and the ANC commissioner discussing next steps after the mitigation hearing that we had that everyone was included in with ABRA.
And with this full exhibit in the hands of all involved in the ABRA, how would you characterize the discussions taking place between Barcata Wine Bar and Commissioner Orlansky?
I would categorize them.
Jog memory.
Yes, since we had our mediation, our first mediation with everyone in October through the end of the calendar year, so December, we all came to some sort of a agreement on next steps, being that we agreed to reduce the hours of outdoor.
Hold on. Settlement agreements, we can't discuss settlement discussions at hearings. So I'm not going to allow you to discuss what was discussed. You could talk about that you have had meetings, but we cannot discuss the substance of settlement discussions at these hearings, okay?
Right. Mr. Fisher, through the.
I would say we had ongoing conversations about next steps that also included us moving our hearing date from December 1st to March that we are now because of those next steps.
During any of these discussions, did the owners of Barcata Wine Bar make themselves available in person to discuss opportunities to mitigate the concerns of the residents?
Back when we applied for this in July of 2021, we did make available us for any neighbors to come to the bar to speak with us, as well as email.
And did anyone attend those meetings?
No one attended those meetings in person. The first time we all spoke together was during the mediation.
Thank you. No further questions.
I think you can close your screen, please. Mr. Cannon, do you wish to ask him any questions based on his testimony, sir? You're on mute, sir.
Okay, this is Alan Cannon. No, I don't have any questions based on the testimony, but I do have some questions based on the documents they presented to ABRA.
You can ask some questions, sir, but remember, as I said before, I prefer you spend most of your time on direct questions and cross-examination, but you can go ahead and ask some questions on the document, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would be willing to address these to any of the Barcata representatives. Is there one they would like to answer the question?
No, sir. The only person you can ask questions to is Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher is the only person who testified.
Ah, okay.
Your questions are directed to Mr. Fisher. If they're not for Mr. Fisher, then you can't ask the question.
Okay, that's fine, Mr. Chairman. Okay, what can I like to begin? Well, good afternoon, Mr. Fisher.
Good afternoon.
Yes, you know, I'd like to start with some questions raised by applicants Exhibit 1. Do you have a copy of that exhibit that you can share with the board?
I would need to have permission to share my screen.
All right, Mr. Galetta, do you still have the opportunity to share your screen?
I do.
Do you have applicants exhibit number 1, your exhibit number 1?
Yes, I will pull that up.
Can you please? Yeah.
Okay, and could we go to page 2 of this exhibit? Starting at the bottom of the page and then moving to page 3. Okay, right, that's fine, I guess. Okay, now, Mr. Fisher, you know, this exhibit lists 10 events that have been held by Barcata. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, regarding the events listed as held on June 2021, was one of them an entertainment event held on the evening of June 29, 2021?
On the evening of June 29, 2021, Barcata had a celebration event for Pride Month.
Okay, great. Okay, now regarding this June 29th event, was Barcata authorized to hold this event under his existing license?
During part of the celebratory event, invited all of friends of Barkada as well as those in our neighborhood to celebrate the end of Pride Month. That included some people that were dressed as drag did come to that event.
No, my question, Mr. Fisher, was Barkada authorized by Arbor or any other DC governmental agency to hold an entertainment, or even better than that, was Barkada authorized under his license at that time to hold that event?
My understanding with the license is that entertainment license is only including of live entertainment and not those that are pre-recorded.
Okay. Did it, and it allowed you to have amplified, okay, strike that question. Now regarding this June 29th event, was that event held partially or wholly outdoors on Barkada's patio and on Barkada's patio area?
It was.
Okay. Can you tell us approximate hours in the evening that this event was held?
It was 7:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. as we close at 10 p.m.
Did this June 29th event feature Barkada's use of amplified sounds or music on Barkada's patio?
There was one speaker that was added on the patio.
It was amplified, is that correct?
There was one speaker that was added on the patio.
Did this June 29 event feature some of the persons at the event loudly shouting the word bingo?
No, there was no bingo.
Do you have evidence to dispute that that actually didn't happen?
Not on me right now, but I can tell you that from all the times I've been at my bar, we have not played bingo.
During this June
Move on, Mr. Cannon. All right.
I'm moving on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. During this June 29 event, did any of the people gathered at Barkada's outdoor portion of the event spill over westward from Barkada's patio area onto the sidewalk between Barkada's patio area and its streetery?
During that event, because we had people sitting on the streetery as well as those in our sidewalk garden, we did see that there were a few people that were coming to our area to see what was happening, and because of the celebratory atmosphere, we did have 2 people on our staff make sure that there was a clear way for people to walk.
Okay. Did at this same June 29 event, did any of the people gathered at Barkada's outdoor portion of the event spill northward from Barkada's patio area to the sidewalk in front of the neighboring establishment, Gallagher and Graham?
So northward, we have Gallagher and Graham and Dukem and Dukem's side garden. I know that people were eating in Dukem's outdoor side garden as well. And the area in front of, there were a couple people in the area in front of Gallagher and Graham. But that is not on the sidewalk.
In front of Gallagher and Graham, but not on the sidewalk?
Correct. The not on the main, as you can see in photos, not in the main sidewalk area, but right in front of their window.
Okay. Well, do you have evidence to dispute that this actually happened?
I do not have evidence to dispute that this actually happened.
Okay. Now, during this June 29th event, the pedestrians walking north on 12th Street attempt to bypass the crowds gathered on the sidewalk in front of and adjacent to Barkada by diverting around Barkada's streetery into the vehicular traffic on 12th Street?
I do not know.
Okay, so in other words, you couldn't dispute that this actually happened.
Unless there's evidence to show that it did happen, I can't say it did or didn't.
That's fine, Mr. Fisher. Okay, during this June 29 event, did any passersby who were not actually patrons of Barkada's outdoor event stop to investigate what was going on at that event?
What do you mean by investigate?
Just stop to see what was going on.
I'm sure that there were, because we are close to U Street and on 12th Street, that people walking on the sidewalk could see what was, and were probably wondering what was going on. Sure.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fisher. Again, regarding this June 29 event, can you provide an estimate of the average number of persons who were standing and seated on the sidewalk in front of or adjacent to Barkada at any given time during the period from 8:30 p.m. to 9 p.m.?
We had about 60 people in attendance, either seated on our sidewalk patio, our sidewalk cafe, or in our streetery.
Now, were people standing?
There were some people that were standing in the streetery.
Were there people standing on the sidewalk?
Anyone who is standing on the sidewalk, we did have staff to say, you can't stand just right in the middle of the sidewalk. You would have to move to the side or keep on walking.
Okay. Okay. Under that same question, do you have evidence to dispute that this number of persons may have been greater than 70?
Again, I don't have evidence to say that it was more than 70. We do have our receipts from how much the tables and how much we made that night, as we had 5 tables up in our sidewalk cafe and 6 tables in our streetery, and that capacity was 60.
Okay, and this doesn't include the people who stopped to take a look, does it?
Those people would not be patrons of our establishment.
But they were there at your establishment, is that correct?
I'm sure that, not on our property.
And not on your property, you mean?
We would not have anyone who's not a paying guest on our property.
All right, but nevertheless, there were people there who weren't your patrons.
I'm sure in the vicinity there was people that that might have stopped to look to see what happening. If they are not on our property, I can't tell them, or not blocking the sidewalk. We don't have the authority to tell them to walk away.
Now, before holding this June 29 event, did Barkada reach out to his neighbors and give them prior notice that it planned to hold this event?
We did not. We advertised that we were going to have a Pride celebratory event on that day, and that is how people knew about it.
Okay, but you didn't reach out to any of your neighbors. You sent no notices to your neighbors. Is that correct?
We did not send any, I don't believe we sent any, I did not personally send any notice to a neighbor.
Okay, and before holding this event on June 29, did you seek your neighbor's counsel on whether holding this event will be appropriate in their neighborhood?
I personally did not. I can't contest that other owners have or not.
Okay, so in other words, you can't dispute that actually the neighbors were not contacted or reached out to.
I cannot dispute that I did not reach out to any neighbors.
All right. Now I want to turn your attention to applicant's Exhibit 6. Do you have a copy of this exhibit available?
Did he testify to 6? What 6?
I have not testified for Exhibit 6.
Let's be on, I'm not gonna have any testimony in 6. That's beyond the scope of what you testified to, sir.
To be clear, I didn't pull up exhibit, with the one that we were just reviewing either. That was that new discussion.
I apologize. That was my, I thought you did 1 and 2. So what were the documents? I apologize. I took notes and I thought you did number 2 and which one?
I pulled up Exhibit 7 and Investigator Butler's report.
Okay, all right. That was my error in taking notes. All right, so Mr. Cannon, you were supposed to ask questions on his testimony and 7, and I apologize. I thought when I wrote my notes, I wrote the wrong number down. So that was my apology.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine, Mr. Chairman.
Nick Liliata here. Is it appropriate for us to make a motion to dismiss the testimony that Mr. Fisher just gave relevant to the exhibit not previously discussed?
I'm not gonna consider that motion. I mean, at the bottom line, we'll take it for what it's worth. So I'm not gonna consider it at the moment. I mean, this is more, and these hearings are formal, but they're not as formal as a court of law. And so I'll dismiss that at this time.
Okay, if there is opportunity to further discuss that same exhibit.
Yes, I'm going to give you, because he brought it up and that was my error, I'm going to give you an opportunity to discuss that. But I just want to remind folks, the purpose of this hearing is whether or not we should grant a hearing on we should grant the substantial change for Summer Garden. I know that I don't want to hear testimony about a streetery. A streetery, remember, as I said before, a streetery is a creation that came about because of COVID-19. I am not sure how long the city is currently working on regulations for streetery. So I don't want to have any testimony on a streetery, what occurred at a streetery, whether it's appropriate for a streetery. That is not the issue in this hearing. The purpose of this hearing is whether or not we should grant a substantial change to have for an entertainment endorsement for the Summer Garden. I'm sorry, here for the Sidewalk Cafe. On the Sidewalk Cafe. That's what this is about. So I just want to remind the parties, it is not relevant for us to have any testimony about streetery because that is not the purpose of this hearing. Do you have another question you want to ask, Mr. Cannon?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes,
What's the question, sir?
Okay, great. Did you check, does Barcardo's existing license authorize it to seat greater than 15 persons in its patio seating area and in this patio seating area?
Our license for our sidewalk garden is for 15 people.
Okay, you call that a sidewalk garden, but isn't that actually a sidewalk patio?
Sidewalk cafe, I think, is the legal term.
Sidewalk cafe, so it's actually on the sidewalk, is it not?
It is the sidewalk cafe designated for just like all of the other bars and restaurants that have it.
So it is on the sidewalk, is it?
It is on it is in front of I don't know if it's legally technically on what you would consider walk-through sidewalk, or because we have the license to be able to have it. It is on right in front of our building on this, and we are able to have 15 people seated there.
Okay. I have no further questions, Mr. Fisher.
Any questions? Any questions by any board member to Mr. Fisher? All right, Mr. Gallego. I'm sorry.
Pardon me. I do have one more question.
No, sir, you said you had no more questions, so I've moved on. Yep, no, I've asked, you said you had no more questions. I've moved on to the board. Now I'm gonna give Mr. Giulietta an opportunity to redirect questions, sir.
Yes.
Short redirect questions, please.
Yes, I only have one for Mr. Fisher referring to Exhibit 1 that Mr. Cannon brought up.
Go ahead, sir.
About how many times has Barcata Wine Bar had outdoor people seated and well, it's two questions. One, about how many times since they've been open has Barcata Wine Bar had people sitting on the patio in groups larger than approximately 30?
On this list or besides this list? Because in the summer we can have, on the sidewalk patio, 0, because only 15 can sit there.
Sorry, I meant collectively in the outdoor space.
So that's if you're
The combined streetery plus sidewalk cafe.
Do not want any evidence on streetery. We're talking about the sidewalk cafe. That, as I stated, we're having evidence. I'm interested in evidence on the sidewalk cafe, not about the streetery.
Understood.
On the sidewalk cafe, we have hit our capacity limit of 15 many times, especially in the summer months, because it's popular to sit out there, but only 15 are allowed to sit out there.
And how many times as a result of people sitting on the outdoor patio, whether as part of a larger group or by themselves, have we either received an in-person or formal complaint due to noise?
0.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. One of the reasons I always remind people to close their screen, because I prefer when we're doing this here, I can see. All right. Is that the only witness that you plan to call, sir? You have no other witness to call?
That is correct.
And that is your case in chief you have rested?
Yes, I believe the only other cases I would like to make would be the redirects on witnesses called by the protestants.
Okay, I just want to make sure that you know, since you're resting, you cannot call any witnesses. You can only cross-examine witnesses moving forward.
Understood.
All right, fine. Mr. Cannon, do you have a witness you wish to call, sir?
Yes, I do. As a matter of fact, I will be the first witness. Is that proper, Mr. Chairman?
I'll swear you in. You present your case, sir, the best way you believe you can. So if you're going to be the witness, I'm going to swear you in, and then Mr. Gallego is going to ask you questions, and the board is going to ask you questions. So can you raise your right hand, sir, please?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And now, because you're the witness, is someone going to ask you questions, or are you going to make a statement? I'm just trying to get some clarification how you plan to do this.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I plan to make a statement, sir.
But why don't you, well, all right, fine.
Good. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Alan Cannon, and I own and live in the condominium at 1922 12th Street, and my dwelling unit is apartment 2, located in the upper 3 floors of the condominium. I have lived in that address for over 11 years now. I believe that I can fairly characterize the 1900 block of 12th Street as a narrow 2-lane street that is overwhelmingly residential, featuring 50 individual residential units, most of which have ground or basement level dwelling units. To the best of my knowledge, the only 2 commercial establishments currently addressed on this block are Gallagher and Graham, which is a quiet, well-managed boutique liquor store, and the applicant, Barcata Wine Bar, both of which are located at 1939 12th Street. During the time I've lived here, I've never been disturbed by noise or crowds associated with Gallagher and Graham. After Barcata moved in around August 2020, The noise and crowd levels in the evenings increased somewhat, but this was by no means bothersome, even though Barkada Streetery is located less than 100 feet from my front porch. And I might do an aside, say an aside here. I think it was Barkada's Exhibit 7, where they had the measurement, I believe it was 7. If you look closely at that exhibit, he's measuring the distance from 1920 22 Street, not 1922 22 Street, 1922 12th Street. Okay. Now on June 29th, everything changed. On that evening, I was watching television behind closed doors on the first floor bedroom of my unit. This bedroom is located on the far eastern side of my unit, which is the furthermost side from 12th Street. At around 8:30, while the television was playing at normal volume, I heard a loud commotion coming all the way from 12th Street, from the 12th Street side of my unit. So I walked to my unit's window facing 12th Street and saw that the commotion was coming from an event being held at Barkada. To get a better view of the event, I went to the 3rd floor of my unit and went outside to watch the event from a small balcony that overlooks Barkada. Now, I wonder if Mr. Orlansky can bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit 3 and share it with us.
Ms.
As long as I have the right to do it.
Ms. Osborne, can you please allow Mr. Orlansky to share his screen, please?
Give me 1 second to find it. That Exhibit 3.
What exhibit, Mr. Cannon?
What it is it shows that I have a very good view.
I'm sorry, what exhibit? He needs to know what exhibit.
Oh, Exhibit 3.
Take a second. Should be coming up now.
Are you able to find Exhibit 3, sir?
Can you see it now?
No, sir. You're sharing your screen, but not Exhibit 3. Yes, go ahead. Is this what? Yes, is this Exhibit 3? What happened, Mr. Orlansky?
On the wrong one, so I turned it off. So let me put it back up. What you should see is a picture from Mr. Cannon's balcony. Can you see it now?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Cannon.
Partially. Well, I put this exhibit up because it shows that I have a good view of what was going on in front of Barkada, the area approaching Barkada, and the area just to the north of Barkada on that evening. Pardon? From my house, and that is from my balcony, my house. Okay.
Mr. Cannon, I just want to, I don't need you to have any conversation. I know there's someone sitting next to you. I do not need to have any conversation for the person sitting next to you, please.
Okay. I'll obey that, Mr. Chairman. All right. Even though I was on the 3rd floor of my unit, the noise from Barkada was deafening. As best I could tell, the event featured a bingo competition. That's what it sounded like to me, using amplified voices. I saw that the entire sidewalk in front of Barkada and Gallagher and Graham was covered with a crowd of greater than 60 event patrons and curious passersby who had stopped to see what was going on. I could also see that many pedestrians who have been walking north toward U Street on Barkada's side of 12th Street were diverting off the sidewalk into traffic on 12th Street to skirt around Barcada's streetery, occupying the curved lane in front of Barcada and Gallagher Graham. The diverted pedestrians caused a lengthy traffic jam with drivers honking their horns. After that, I went back to my bedroom on the second floor of my unit to go to sleep, as I had an early morning medical appointment the next day and needed to get to bed early. The bedroom is located just above the first floor bedroom where I'd earlier been watching television. Even though this bedroom is located on the side of my unit furthermost from 12th Street, I could still hear occasional shouts as I struggle, shouts from Barcada as I struggle to get to sleep. Okay. And one of the things another thing I want to testify to is my activity to prepare for the hearing, a specific activity I took. One of the main activities I pursued was to determine whether there was any precedent for what Barcada has applied to do. That is, whether any establishment in the nearby U Street area that holds live outdoor entertainment events with its amplified live musical voices or hosts bingo or trivia games or drag shows on the sidewalk outside the establishment, when that establishment is located on a narrow 2-lane neighborhood street that is overwhelmingly residential in nature and features ground or basement level dwelling units located as close as 100 feet from the establishment. As indicated in my questioning of the ABRA investigator, I relied upon Mr. Butler's list of 50 board-approved ABC licensed establishments located within 1,200 feet of Barcada. Using the list, I found that one of the, of course, as I questioned Mr. Butler, two of those don't count on the list, and those are the Lincoln and the Compass, and then Compass Rose was counted twice. So that knocks the number down to 48. Next, I found that 16 of the establishments on that list, and I could list those out. I did list those out for Mr. Butler, do not appear to have entertainment endorsements. Regarding the remaining 32 establishments with entertainment endorsements, I found that 28 of them are either located on U, 14th, or 9th Streets Northwest, or directly on the corner of one of these streets. Okay, I listed those out earlier too. These streets, which I call major streets, are wide, heavily trafficked 4-lane thoroughfares, which are overwhelmingly populated with commercial or entertainment establishments, and they feature few ground or basement level residential dwellings. The 4 remaining on that list were Wet Dog Tavern, American Ice Company, Compass Rose, and Lulu's Wine Garden. After reviewing the ABRA investigator's report, I interviewed a representative of each of those establishments, and each one reported that his establishment does not broadcast amplified music or voices or hold entertainment events such as bingo, trivia games, or drag shows on the sidewalks adjacent to their establishments. And that is the end of my statement. And if it please the board, I can provide a signed written version of this testimony.
Now, is this disclosed in the disclosure, sir?
No, it wasn't, sir, because I had trouble getting to the opportunity to interview all of the persons that I did, and I was only able to accomplish that, finish that part of my investigation on Tuesday afternoon.
All right, Mr. Alansky, can you please close your screen, please, sir?
Doing that now.
Thank you. Mr. Milletta, do you have any questions of Mr. Cannon?
I do.
Go ahead, sir.
For the one event of many that you keep referencing, do you have evidence of your testimony, be it video or photos?
No, I don't. I have my sworn statement.
So you have no physical evidence of any of what you described taking place?
I believe a sworn statement is evidence.
Perfect. Did you file a complaint with ABRA, the DC police, or approach the establishment itself regarding your concerns with anything that you described?
No, I did not, sir. Because, first of all, I am not a person usually not a person who's complained. This is the first time I've been in a sort of tribunal like this, or any sort of a complaining mode, I guess you should say. So there were two reasons why I didn't report that event. One, like I said, I'm not a complainer. Two, I had a choice between trying to figure out who to call that night or to get the bed from a medical appointment. And I decided that, in all prudence, to get the bed for my medical appointment. And besides, I think highly of my neighbors, and that if something happens, I give them one bite at the apple at least, to hope that it doesn't happen again.
After the bite at, strike that, sorry. Have you ever filed any complaints with Amsterdam, Brooklyn, or Rebel Taco?
No, I haven't, sir, because I'm not a complainer.
Have you provided exhibits and testimony indicating that they are indeed a source of concern for noise late into the night, as late as 2 and 3 a.m.?
I don't believe that was part of my testimony.
That is correct. I was asking if you've ever submitted exhibits related to this case that indicate that.
Well, I believe that your questions have to be limited to what I testified to.
Mr. Cannon, if you can't answer the question, answer the question. If you can answer this is what he asked the question. You answer to the best of your ability. If you're unable to answer the question, you say, I can't answer the question. You don't ask him a question. You answer the question to the best of your knowledge. If you don't have an answer, you said, I don't have an answer, sir. Okay? Are you able to answer the question?
Okay, may I hear the question again?
Go ahead, sir.
Yes. Have you submitted exhibits indicating that Amsterdam, Brooklyn, and Rebel Taco have music and large unruly patrons from those bars extending into the hours of 2 and 3 a.m.?
Have I presented evidence to this effect?
Have you presented a statement in an exhibit as part of this case indicating those 3 establishments as having both loud noise and patrons into 2 and 3 in the morning?
Well, I have no idea of that, but I will say this, that Amsterdam and the other establishments you mentioned are actually on U Street.
And are they with it? That is correct. Their address is on U Street. Are they pretty close to you?
Not as close as Barcata.
But still pretty close, right? I realize that's a subjective question, but
it's not subjective at all. That is that they are not as close as Barcata is to me.
fair. And sorry, I got a little lost in some of the confusion of the questions there. Have you filed complaints against any noise coming from any of those establishments?
One from, I believe it was Amsterdam, and Amsterdam is on U Street.
Okay. Moving on, from the exhibits that you referenced, relate the exhibit from Investigator Butler's testimony, you narrowed it down to a handful of establishments. One of them was Lulu's Wine Garden. Have you lived in the neighborhood since it was Vinoteca as well?
Yes.
And per Investigator Butler's findings, is it correct that they have a sidewalk cafe and a summer garden and an outdoor entertainment license?
Okay, I can tell you what I know. I know that Lulu's has a summer garden in the back. I know that Lulu's has a seating area in the front, and then there's a large wall, and then there's the sidewalk. And I can tell you that I interviewed Lulu's, and Lulu's representative stated that they do not play amplified music into the seating area that faces 11th Street, and they certainly don't allow people to move beyond their wall onto the public sidewalk in front of Lulu's.
From your understanding of the entertainment license, they could choose to do that and play live music should they want to. They are endorsed to do that.
They said they play music in their back summer garden, but they do not play music on their front summer garden. But the terms of their entertainment, I did not have the opportunity to review with them the terms of their entertainment endorsement.
Okay, so they do have an entertainment endorsements and they are on 11th Street, which is residential similar to 12th. Okay.
That's true. But they do not hold events on the sidewalk in front of Lulu's.
But they have the entertainment endorsement that includes outdoor space.
I think I've
From your
answered your
understanding.
question.
Mr. Cannon.
I'm trying to
Hold on, hold on,
ascertain
hold on.
if they have the legal
Gentlemen.
right in your assessment.
Gentlemen, hold on, gentlemen. This is what I want to occur. Mr. Cannon, you're a witness.
Yes.
Because you decided to testify, you're subject to cross-examination, sir.
Yes.
So I need you to answer the questions to the best of your ability, sir. Okay?
Okay. Great. So would you please repeat the question?
Yes, from your understanding, Lulu's Wine Garden has the right due to their entertainment endorsement to use live and amplified music. However, from your interview, they indicated they have chosen not to do that. Is that a correct understanding?
No. I do not know the terms. I do not know the terms of Lulu's. I do not know the terms of their entertainment endorsement, whether they're authorized to play amplified music in the front of their establishment or not.
Okay. Fair enough. But their establishment is similar in terms of residential composition to Barcata Wine Bar.
Yes, that is true.
Correct. And then I guess I suppose I would reference Investigator Butler's testimony that they indeed do have an outdoor endorsement as well. However, it is your testimony that from the interview, they choose not to use that.
Like I said, I don't know the terms of their endorsement, whether endorsement allows them to play amplified music in the front of their establishment. They did mention that they are authorized to play amplified music behind their establishment in their summer garden.
Okay, I'll put that one to rest. No further questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions by any board members?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
This is to Mr. Goodness, the witness's name again, please.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon, yes, thank you. Mr. Cannon, how many years have you resided on 12th Street?
11 years, sir.
11 years. So how many of these establishments have come since you've been there in 11 years? How many new establishments?
Lots of new establishments have popped up or either left on, at least in the immediate area on U Street. On 12th Street, there's only been 3 commercial establishments here. Gallagher and Graham, which is the boutique liquor store, Menchie's, which was an ice cream parlor. No, it was a frozen yogurt parlor, and Barcata. Those are the only commercial establishments that I know of that are on 12th Street.
And in your 11 years, you've enjoyed, it sounds like from your testimony, you've enjoyed peace and quiet in your apartment or your home?
Yes, I have, sir. Except for some noise from U Street, from time to time. But nothing like what I experienced on June 29th.
Okay, with the testimony of the investigator who testified today that they can only have 12 people on that. They only can have 12 people on the front of that building.
Yes.
And so if they got an entertainment endorsement, you think they would stick to having 12 people, in your opinion?
I don't, sir. And although I know shouldn't do this, but I think you can refer to the documents that Barcata has provided provided to ARBA, to this forum. On many occasions, they have had events on the outside with greater than 15 persons.
And they've done this without the endorsement of ARBA, is that correct?
I didn't get a chance to ask that question. I don't know whether ARBA gave the endorsement or not. They didn't put on a witness who would testify, so I didn't get to cross-examine them to determine if they did actually, or if they did or they didn't get ARBA approval.
Well, I must say this, Mr. Cannon, you are a excellent witness for the community. You stay composed and you seem to have your facts down, and you live in the neighborhood and you've been living there for 11 years. Thank you for your testimony. It's been quite compelling. And again, as a board member, I'd just like to thank you for testifying today. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
I appreciate that, sir. Thank you.
Any other witnesses any other questions by any other board members?
Ms. Crockett.
Go ahead, Ms. Crockett.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cannon. Thank you for your testimony. I just have a very simple question. You testified to a lot of activity that you say has occurred at Barcata in the last few years. Do you have any pictorial or video evidence supporting the statements that you've made regarding outdoor activity or music or live entertainment that you say is occurring at Barcata?
Okay, I will answer that this way, madam. First of all, I am from a different generation, I know. I don't carry my cell phone with me everywhere and video things. My kids get on me about that. They get on me about not having my video, my phone with me. So no, I don't. No, I don't have any videographic or photo evidence. It's just basically my sworn statement, and and I take my sworn statements seriously. I am a retired attorney, and I believe, and I take statements to any forum seriously. And as an attorney, I do not misrepresent facts to the forum.
Thank you. I don't have any additional questions.
Thank you, Ms. Crockett. Any question by any other board member? Mr. Galliardo, any follow-up questions to Mr. Cannon based on the questions that were asked by the board?
Questions, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Cannon, do you have another witness you wish to call?
I do, Chairman. That witness would be Mr. Ryan Heiling.
Mr. Ryan, where's is he online? Yes,
I'm here.
Mr. Heiling, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Once again, I'm asking if you're online, the only two people whose mics should be on mute are Mr. Cannon and Mr. Holland. Go ahead, Mr. Cannon. Now, Mr. Cannon, now you're on mute.
There we are. Good afternoon.
I said that it's you and Mr. Holland whose phone should be unmuted. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, you put the fear of God in me, but
I'm hearing background. So that's why I'm reminding folks. I'm hearing background noise. That's why this hearing that we have a court reporter. So the court reporter needs to hear and pick up everything. So that's one of the reasons I try to do this. All right? Okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Highland. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. Now, Mr. Highland, I understand that you have some observations about what happened on the evening of June 29th, 2020. Is it 2021? Is that correct?
Mr. Hawley, I'm sorry, Mr. Cannon. Who is Mr. Highland? Where does he live? Can you kind of lay some foundation to who he is first, sir, before you move on?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Mr. Highland?
And have him spell his name for the record also, too, please.
Oh, sure. It's Ryan, R-Y-A-N, Heiling, H-E-I-L-I-N-G.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. And where do you live, Mr. Highland?
I live at 1939 12th Street, unit 303, which is in the same building as the Barcata wine bar.
Great. And Mr. Highling, were you in your residence on the night of June 29, 2021?
I was.
Okay. And can you, in your own words, describe what happened on that evening?
Yes. I have lived in that unit for just under 5 years, and was home that evening, and I had a few guests in my home, about three individuals, on the evening of that event, and there was as others have testified, I won't repeat every piece of it. There was an additional speaker, folks using microphones, lots of audience interaction, and sort of solicitation of audience cheers by performers, and it made it so I could not have a conversation in my own home at a reasonable level, nor could I hear my television even after turning up the volume to an uncomfortable level. And the windows of the building of my unit are double paned, and historically I have not really experienced an issue with too much incoming noise above what I would say reasonable city levels from nearby restaurants or bars. But this made that evening being in any section of my home was quite uncomfortable.
Thank you. Did you have a chance to actually look down and to see what was actually going on the street that night?
I did.
And can you tell me what you saw?
Yeah, there were performers on or individuals that were performing, it looks like, on the sidewalk in front of the building. There were individuals who both looked in my opinion, seemed like they had been, they were there for this specific event, both in the streetery, which I know that'll be the last time I mention the streetery. They're both there, but also outside of the streetery as well, both on the sidewalk and in the immediate section in front of the building, as well as folks who had sort of foot traffic that had been passing by that maybe just had seen what was going on.
Great. And so you said that your unit is like just 2 stories above Barcata, is that correct? So did you have a good view?
Yes, I did. I was also able to view it from within my home, but also I have a balcony that oversees kind of from an angle the directly above.
All right. Mr. Highling, is there anything else you want to share with us about that evening?
Nothing specific past what I already mentioned.
Okay. Now, Mr. Highling, I have a question about your being a resident in that building. I believe it's called Moderna. Is that correct?
Moderno.
Moderno. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, it sounded like a superhero or something. But
or vaccine. But yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Highling, as a resident of that building, did you ever receive any notification that Barcata had plans or had plans to play the broadcast amplified music on the sidewalk below your unit?
I was not aware, no.
This one, please.
Mr. Cannon?
Yes?
I hope you're not doing what I think you're doing, sir. So I'm just gonna say.
Okay,
I'm
just
just gonna
thinking
say
of
it that
questions.
way, and all right, you remember, you made some representation earlier, so I'm gonna take you on your representation, sir. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, all right, okay. All right, I guess I would say, did you receive notice of the application for the entertainment endorsement?
I did not personally receive the application, no.
Okay, great. I have no further questions, Mr. Heiling. I thank you for your testimony.
All right, thank you, Mr. Guglia. Pronounce your name one more time for me, sir.
Certainly. Gulietta.
Gulietta. Go ahead, sir, Mr. Highland.
Thank you.
Have any questions for him?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Highland. When you saw the placards posted outside of Barcata Wine Bar for the application, for this application we're discussing today, did you raise any questions to the board of the condo?
I did not actually notice the placards outside the building, so I did not.
Bright green, okay. Is the board of directors
Colorblind,
elected?
but yes.
Sorry, no worries. Is the board of directors elected at the condo building?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay, great. Have you filed a formal complaint for any events referenced or any time at all against Barcata Wine Bar for the time it's been open?
I have not.
Have you, in regards to any of the events that are held, have you reached out to the establishment itself, indicating any of your concerns?
I have not.
Would you feel comfortable doing so going forward?
Yeah.
Thank you. About how many residents are in the condo building?
The residential units are approximately 15, give or take. I don't know how many individuals, but there's approximately 15 units.
15 units? Great. Perfect. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of this witness? Yes, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Witness's name again, please?
Mr. Hilling.
Mr. Hilling?
Yes.
How long have you resided and what is the address of your building?
I've been at I'm sorry, can you repeat that, the address and how long?
Yeah, what is your address of where you reside?
1939 12th Street Northwest, Unit 303.
Okay.
And I've been there for about 4.5 years.
Thank you very much. Now, where is the front entrance to 1939 12th Street Northwest in conjunction with the licensee who is asking for this endorsement?
Sure. If you are facing the building, it is the very next door on the right, next to the entrance to Barcata, is the entrance to the building, the residential part of the building.
So on the night of June the 29th, 2021, when the complaints were put in that we've heard on testimony here today, had you had to leave your building in a hurry if there was an emergency, would you have been impeded?
To my recollection, it would have the exiting the building. You mean the front door?
That is correct. Yes.
Yeah. The performances were that whole section. So yes, I would have walked very, very close to where that was happening.
Okay. Well, I understand from testimony today that the community is has met the business halfway by saying They can have entertainment on the inside where they have 49 seats, but they don't want it on the outside where they have 12 seats. Why was that decision made, or were you a part of that decision making?
I was not a part of that myself, no.
Are you opposed to them having entertainment on the inside?
Personally, no, I'm not opposed to that at all.
Are you opposed to them having it on the outside, and why?
Yeah, I personally am opposed to it, given the lack of sort of natural infrastructure that exists, the fact that it's on a public sidewalk with the plans sort of presented for noise mitigation. And some could argue that it would project the noise even more directly on the building than it currently is. And you know, as someone who has lived not in this exact unit, but in this within a 3-block radius for the last you know, almost 12 years, you know, I want to continue living in this area, and I think the owning a home and having a right to some degree of peace and quiet is reasonable above, and this would go beyond the traditional restaurant dining type establishment that is the whole reason I wanted to live in this neighborhood to begin with. And this is just you know, the U Street businesses that have been referenced this whole time, in my view, all have very different features of their entertainment or their location that are fundamentally different from what we're dealing with here. And it would add a element of discomfort to the residential lifestyle that most of us currently enjoy.
Okay, so apparently you're not opposed to businesses like this one in your building.
No,
You're not
no.
opposed.
No, not at all.
But you are opposed to them having a exterior entertainment endorsement.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Chair, that's all I have at this time.
Thank you. Any other questions by the witnesses? I'm sorry, any other questions by any other board members? All right, Mr. Gallego, do you have any questions of the witness based on the questions that were asked by the board members?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Heiling, when you referenced the sound mitigation strategies, were you aware of the applicant's proposal to bring in a sound engineer in coordination with you to find ways to mitigate that?
I am not aware of that, no.
I'm sorry to hear that. We were told that you and the rest of the protesters were, through communication with Commissioner Orlansky.
Was there? I was not aware. Was there a specific like offer that was scheduled, or is that?
All right, this.
It's a one-way. Sorry, Mr. Heiling, I can't answer that.
Right. Please ask the question,
Okay.
sir. Please answer. This is not a communication. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, so I guess given that the confusion there, to confirm, you are not aware that Commissioner Orlansky was in receipt of a proposal from the applicants to bring in a sound engineer to address the concerns of the protesters, of which you are one.
I was aware that had been discussed. I'm not aware of the details.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Cannon, any follow-up questions based on the questions that were asked by the board?
No, I have no questions at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Hillen, thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Cannon, do you have another witness?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman. The next witness I'd like to call is Mr. Alan Cohen.
Mr. Cohen? Oh, okay. All right. Mr. Cohen, can you raise your right hand? Do you
Can you
swear
see me?
or- Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Your witness, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Cohen. I'd like to start with a few preliminaries of who you are. Mr. Cohen, can you tell us where you live?
Yes, I live at 1920 12th Street, exactly next door to you, Mr. Cannon.
Yes. Okay. And Mr. Cohen, how many years have you lived there?
About 8.
Okay, very good. And Mr. Cohen, can you give us, basically in your own words, your impressions of Barkada's application for an endorsement for outdoor entertainment, and perhaps the impacts that might have on your life?
Well, I think one of the things that's important for individuals who don't know our neighborhood as well is that the way our units are built, the upstairs units, the bedrooms face west, so they actually face vacant lots and then 13th Street. The downstairs units face 12th Street, so that our bedroom, our master bedroom, is actually functionally on the sidewalk at 12th and the 1900 block of 12th Street. So even in the case of, as you described, being on the back of your unit and still being able to hear noise, on the front of our unit, it's not unusual for people just walking down the street talking at normal volumes for us to be able to be aware of that and to hear it. Anything louder than that, whether it's loud music coming from a car or something to that effect, is a bit overwhelming. So that anything that would add, acknowledge we're in the middle of an entertainment zone and we understand that. And we knew that when we bought our unit, but we are sort of faced at this point with compounding the issue by having amplified music directly blaring into our bedroom window.
Okay. And does it concern you that this type of entertainment can take place pretty much every weekday and afternoon and evening hour?
Yes, that concerns me. It also concerns me. I'll give you a little history, which is sort of in addition to all of the noise abatement issues that could or could not occur. And that is the blocking of the sidewalk. Both my wife and myself spent our early years working in the area of developmental disabilities. And we worked with many people who were wheelchair bound or had walkers or crutches or simply had difficulty with mobility. And my concern when I heard all this beyond the noise was how it was going to obstruct the sidewalk and the transit north and south on the east side of 12th Street. And as you, I believe, mentioned earlier, with the building of the streetery and the fact that we've had construction going on 12th Street at U for quite a while, the transportation of cars going up and down that block is very difficult as it stands right now. Even if there's an Uber or a Lyft that drops somebody off in the middle of 12th Street, it often becomes difficult for cars to get by on either side and they have to wait. So our concern was twofold. One, that the traffic that would be slowed as it went by Barkada and people looking for parking spaces in the area in order to try to participate in the events was going to make that really difficult, which meant people would have to walk in the street oftentimes to potentially get around the crowd, which we didn't want to see. But also I checked with the district and I went to the Department of Disabilities, where I was informed that I talked to a gentleman there by the name of Anwar Mahmood,
who is from Disability Rights, and he pointed out to us that there must be, under federal law, and that law is agreed upon by the district, that there must be at least a 10-foot right-of-way for people, particularly people in wheelchairs or walkers, to go north and south on the east side of the street. And if you look at any of the pictures or you go by the establishment, and I'm not going to slow the process down by calling up a bunch of photos unless the board wants me to, but on the west side, if you're walking north and south on the east side on the sidewalk, they have a bicycle rack, 3 bicycle racks that take up from the street just in front of their streetery, and takes a good couple of 2 to 3 feet on that side. On the west side, I'm sorry, on the east side of the sidewalk, they have their outdoor tables, and the cover that has those tables has legs that are planted on the sidewalk. So the space between their outdoor tables and the bike racks, and in fact the streetery, make a 10-foot right-of-way very, very difficult as it stands right now. But if you had a bunch of people standing there, it would make transit up and down that street very difficult.
Mr. Cannon, I just want to remind you, the purpose of this hearing is whether or not we should grant an entertainment endorsement on the sidewalk cafe. We're not, whether or not it's handicap accessible or whether or not it interferes with the streetery, that's not for this hearing. The only purpose of this hearing is whether or not it's appropriate for the ABC board to grant a substantial change for them to have entertainment on the sidewalk cafe, okay?
Okay, understood, Mr. Chairman.
I would like to add, outside of that particular area, since we don't want to
Hold
go
on,
there.
hold on, Mr. Holland. There's no question pending. So, I thought you were done.
Okay.
I didn't interrupt you when you were testifying. I was just reminding the representative what the nature of the testimony that's relevant to this hearing. So, Mr. Cannon, if you have another question, please ask the question, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Back to Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen, do you have anything else you'd like to share with the board today?
Well, yes, just in terms of some of the questions that were raised, I did actually go across the street and talk to the people at Berkata the first time I saw the sign, and that they were appealing for this. And no, did we have pictures of crowds, and did we have recordings of the noise? No, because frankly, the neighbors, and this may be our own fault, but the neighbors did not know what the process was for planning a dispute in terms of going to the city and saying there was too much noise. We found out about the actual ability to make those complaints in the process of putting together this objection to the license.
Okay, Mr. Cohen, do you have any other remarks for the board?
No, I would.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
I guess the only.
Mr. Holland, hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Mr. Cannon, I can have you get away with one open-ended commentary, but this is the third one, sir. I need you to ask him a pointed question. So if you don't have a question, but I'm not going to have you do, this is the third. Do you have anything else you want to add? If you have a specific question, sir, ask him a question, he can answer it, but we can't have, it's not an open forum where he can just, and not that Mr. Holland, not that I don't appreciate what you have, your view, sir. It's just I want to make sure that questions are asked, pointed questions are asked for him to respond to, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I have no further questions for Mr. Mr. Cohen.
I wasn't trying to cut you off. I just want to make sure that you have pointed questions and we don't always have open-ended questions, sir. That's all I was trying to do. I wasn't trying to cut off your questions if you had questions to ask the witness, okay? So you say you have no other questions to ask?
That's fine, Mr. Chairman. No, I don't.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, sir, Mr. Gugliera. Good. Do you have any questions you want to ask this, Mr. Highland? Mr.
I
Highland,
do.
please don't step away, sir. You're not done.
Oh, okay.
He might have questions for you, and the board might also have questions for you, sir. So you're still in the hot seat, sir. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Highland. Did you contact ABRA or the police with any sound complaints coming from Barcata Wine Bar?
No, I did not, and I will give you the same explanation I just gave, and that is, none of us in the neighborhood, and I know this from our meetings, knew what the absolute process was for making complaints.
Have you ever submitted any complaints to ABRA or the police regarding establishments along U Street whose noise might affect you as well?
No, I have not, but I have met with the managers of both Rebel Taco and Brooklyn over not only noise, but garbage that piled up because of where their trash things are. And they were very amenable to correcting those problems.
Great. Were you aware of negotiation proposals to limit the days of the week for which this entertainment endorsement would be applicable?
Yes. I mean, I knew what you were requesting, and I saw the placards, so I was able to read that information.
And so were you aware of communication where we would be willing to discuss a change to those during a settlement agreement?
Yes.
Okay. I only asked because you mentioned that you were concerned about it being all 7 days. And so it sounded like there might be a way forward with fewer than 7.
Well, no, that's not the issue for me is
I didn't really
the fact that
ask a
you are,
question. I
that
apologize.
you were attempting to use amplified music, and that seems to be makes it impossible to have a sound quality that would make sense for where we live.
So, okay, so there were negotiations. And final point, are you aware that this endorsement has no change to the structure or seating that have been approved by ABRA or DOT, nor the bike racks that you referenced as well?
No, I didn't know that, but I do know that you all, because I was aware, and I think everybody else on this call, except perhaps the one member of our group who wasn't aware, I was aware that you wanted to get a sound engineer, and I was aware that you reached out to Dan Orlansky to offer that up. I'm also aware that you wanted these sound engineers to come into our homes, and we also were aware of the fact
that wasn't
the
my
only
question,
way
Mr. Highfield.
The question, he's answering the question. Go ahead, sir.
The only way that would make sense is if we could do it on a summer day. And I'm not going to let strangers in my house just so that I can be able to sleep at night.
I'll repeat my question. Are you aware that this endorsement has no change to the structure or seating or bike racks?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
But that would seem to eliminate your ability to mitigate sound if there's not going to be any changes.
I'll leave it there. No further questions.
All right, any questions by the board members?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cohen.
Good morning, afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon. Okay. Mr. Cohen, like yourself, I'm quite concerned about public safety and right away for people to use our sidewalks in the city. To some in the city, I'm an expert on public safety. and I would just simply say this to you. It's people like you that make our city safer. My question to you is, were you aware that the community made a deal where they didn't mind them having endorsement on the inside? They met them halfway. They just didn't want them to have it on the outside. Were you aware of that?
Yes, I was part of that group that met to make that as an offer through Dan Orlansky to Barkada.
So again, you don't have any problem with the business or the business being that close to your home and your bedroom. You don't have a problem with that. The problem you have is outside noise and them having is that correct? Having an
That is
endorsement.
absolutely, that's 100% correct.
And even one way or the other, will you hold their feet to the fire when it comes to public safety in your building?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
My question is, will you, because you're so insistent about public safety and the right of way on the sidewalks, will you hold their feet to the fire regarding that explanation that you gave and that commitment you made about public safety and the right of way in front of your apartment building and you getting out of your bedroom in the middle of the night?
I think the only thing I can tell you is anytime it snows, I shovel my sidewalk. You know, I mean, yes, I'm absolutely tied into having public access and a right of way that's safe, so people don't have to walk in the street.
I thank you very much for your testimony and stay strong, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Guglieleta, do you have any other questions? Do you have any questions based on the questions that were asked by the board?
You can call me Nick if that works for you.
Yeah, I've written it phonetically on my pad here. That's why you see me looking down, because I'm trying not to butcher your name, sir. So I apologize. I did phonetically write it down so each time. All right, go ahead, sir.
It's quite all right. I do not have any further questions.
All right,
Thank you.
Mr. Cannon, do you have any redirect to ask Mr. This is not a new area, but based on testimony, based on the questions that were asked by the board, do you have no redirect of Mr. Cohen?
I have no redirect, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cohen, thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cannon, do you have another witness?
Yes, I do have another witness. It will be ANC Commissioner Orlansky.
All right, how many other witnesses do you have, sir, after Mr. Orlansky?
I have one other witness, and I'm negotiating on whether we want to present that witness because it may be additive.
All right, fine. Thank you. All right, Mr. Orlansky, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I didn't know you were there.
All right, thank you. And so what I'll ask you to do, because your speaker is not, the quality is not very good, so I need you to do the best you can so we can hear you, sir. Okay?
Is it better if I lean in?
Yeah, that's actually better. Yes.
I'll try to direct my comments like this.
Okay.
Okay. Are we ready for Mr. Orlansky's testimony?
Whenever you're ready, sir. Yes.
Okay, great, Mr. Chairman. Well, first of all, I think you're probably known to the board as being the ANC commissioner who is responsible for Barkada. Is that correct?
Yes, and I've been before the board on several other occasions. So
yes.
Familiar. Well familiar.
Okay. All right, Mr. Orlansky, I'd like to ask a few questions about the letter of support from,
I'm sorry, Mr. Cannon, just give me one, because each of these cases are individual. So just have him tell us on this record, we have a clean record, exactly who he is, sir, please.
okay. And who are you, Mr. Orlansky?
I am ANC Commissioner Dan Orlansky. I live on 11th Street, 2021 11th Street Northwest.
Great. And Mr. Orlansky, could you tell us in your own words what your concerns are regarding Barcada's application for outdoor entertainment?
Sure. Of course, I will try not to repeat what has already been stated by the sort of more direct neighbors and residents. I do think that it bears mentioning that allowing for this type of license that would allow for outdoor entertainment in a street, sorry, not a street, in a sidewalk cafe that is at least partially a public right of way, would open doors that would allow other businesses to want to do the same thing. And I think that would have a very detrimental effect on the neighborhood as a whole. I think that's just a pretty bad precedent. I put this into my opening statement, so I won't go into
Hold on, Mr. Orlansky. I cannot hear you.
I'm sorry.
Because, hold on, sir. This is not your fault, sir. I'm asking once again, I'm reminding everyone to please mute their phone. Only Mr. Orlansky and Mr. Cannon phone line should be open. Go ahead, sir. I apologize. So there's just this. So I need Mr. Cohen also to. All right, fine. So only Mr. Cohen, Mr. Cannon, and Mr. Orlansky. They're the only people whose line needs to be unmuted. Go ahead, sir. I apologize.
Okay, I'm not sure what everybody got, so I'll just try to sum up briefly what my comments were. I'm concerned as a representative for a mixed-use neighborhood, what allowing this sort of endorsement for outside entertainment on a sidewalk cafe that is at least partially a public right-of-way, what kind of effect that would have going forward. It is very conceivable that this is granted, it will be taken advantage of by other businesses that want to do the same thing. And it becomes very hard to not allow that going forward. If you've done it once, you kind of have to keep doing it over and over again. That's the nature of a precedent, which is why we're very careful about these things, which is why that, to the best of my knowledge in this entire neighborhood, there's no other establishment that does this, that wants or even wants to do this. The applicant mentioned Lulu. Lulu is on a similar block, but Lulu has a very different structural setup. They do have a front patio area, which I suppose is a sidewalk cafe, but it is actually separated from the street, from the public right-of-way. They also, as Mr. Cannon mentioned, they don't play any live music, and never have. Even when they were Vinoteca, they never did. This probably means they've kind of stayed off my radar, because no one has ever had a reason to ask about this. But it is something I've been looking into in the future, so I appreciate the applicant bringing that to my attention. But as far as, other than that, there's not another establishment that does anything like this. There are plenty of establishments that have summer gardens that have entertainment endorsements for those. And by summer garden, I mean an enclosed space within the boundaries of their business that do allow that. But in all of those cases, mitigation measures have been required to allow them to go forward with it. The best example I can think of is Wet Dog Tavern on V Street, which actually does not border any residential or face any residential properties, but does have a building behind it. And what they had to do was to build a large wooden awning, is the best way I can describe it, that extends over their summer garden that would deflect sound into the street. Across from them is the school. That being said, I would also like to address some of the things that were mentioned about our negotiations in the early stages of this proceeding. The applicants rightly mentioned that we did have conversations about having sound engineers and what was originally referred to as a test event. but I think this is lacking in context. I offered those as methods that the applicant could use to find some kind of data or evidence that could help to inform this process going forward. And it was never meant to be a dispositive thing. It was meant to just add information to this process so people would be aware. There were requirements that were asked for by the group of five and by me, that we know who the engineer was going to be that they were going to hire and what the plan was for their test before we would agree to it. We never actually got a concrete plan. The last I had actually heard, and this is in exhibit 3 or 4, part 3, that they no longer wanted to hire a sound engineer. And this test event, which in my mind was a orchestrated test process done by a professional sound engineer, became a test bingo night, or test trivia night, I'm sorry, which was not something that we'd ever agreed to, and not something that would be agreeable. So I believe that was a bit misleading, and all of these things were communicated to others protesting. Maybe not every single one of them heard about it, but a quorum of that group. And therefore, I was very confident that I was representing the will of that group. And I don't think any testimony that's been heard here today would contradict that.
You have any other questions, sir? You're on mute, Mr. Tanner. Remember, I told you, you didn't have to mute yourself.
Again, you frightened me, Mr. Chairman.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. That's one of the reasons why I don't mute myself, because since I always talk and then I will start talking and realize that I'm muted. So I don't mute myself. But we do have feedback from we do have feedback from other lines. That's why I always remind folks to mute themselves, because we're getting feedback and I want to make sure that the court reporter can clearly hear. So that's why I always make those announcements. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I don't have any more questions for Mr. Orlansky.
All right, thank you. Any questions, sir? Mr. Guggenheim. Mr. Nick.
Yes.
That's better.
I was going off mute. Thank you. Commissioner Orlansky, in the discussions with the sound engineers, did your representative group?
Remember, I'm not trying to get into, I think he was just trying to provide some context to say that there were conversations. And that I don't want us to be discussing settlement terms to say, I think my impression of the testimony was just that he was trying to provide some context to say, yes, there are conversations, and conversations were held. Maybe not everyone heard all the conversations, but it was like, I'm representing the interest of the community as a whole. So if you can ask questions, but this is I don't want to get into the substance of the conversations that were held, because that's
Understood.
Okay.
Yeah, with that guidance, no questions for Commissioner Orlansky.
Okay, thank you. And again, I'm not trying to for you not to ask questions. Questions can be asked, but I do not want us to discuss settlement terms at the hearing, because those are all confidential. But I took what was stated was that he was just trying to give some context to state that there were conversations held, and that's why he didn't speak about the terms. He was just saying generally conversations were held and this is what was going on, but not the substance per se. Okay. All right. Any questions by any board members?
Mr. Short has a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Yes, good back now. Good evening, Mr. Orlansky. Okay. How long have you been ANC commissioner?
This is my second term. I'm going on about 3.5 years.
Okay. Now, Mr. Orlansky, this question I want to make clear with, what is your address, Mr. Lansky, if you don't mind giving it up?
Live on 11 View on, it's 2021 11.
Okay, all right, you're just above U Street. Okay, Mr. Olansky, again, being a good ANC commissioner, you want business in your community. You want people to have places they can go out and have fun and enjoy themselves. So you're not against business.
No.
And you're not against entertainment endorsements.
No, as long as they don't disrupt their neighbors, then no, I don't. I'm
Okay.
a first member.
It sounds like the community had a deal where the community was meeting the business halfway, saying, we won't fight you having entertainment inside. We just don't want it outside. Is that the community's major concern?
That was the offer that we made. Yes.
So again, Mr. Olansky, I thank you for your time this evening, and thank you for your testimony. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Any other questions by any of the board members? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Olansky, for your testimony. Mr. Cannon, do you have another witness, sir?
Mr. Chairman, no, we have no more witnesses.
All right. So do you arrest?
Yes, we do.
All right, now it's time for closing. We can take a break or we can go straight through closing. So you tell me. We could take another 10-minute break if the parties want, and then we'll do closing, or are the parties ready to do closing?
This is Mr. Cannon, Chairman. I'm ready to go forward with closing.
All right. Okay, so Mr. Guglietta, let's do closing, sir. So I need you to tell us, for closing, I need, I'm sorry, hold on, let me make sure that, yes. I need to just for you to tell us what it is that you want the board to do. That's what I want both sides to, in their closing. And remind me, Mr. Olansky, that I'm going to give you an opportunity if you so desire. So make sure that I don't jump over you, okay?
I will. Thank you.
All right, so I need the sites to specifically tell the board what is it that you want the board to do, okay? Go ahead, sir.
This is Nick Guglietta with the applicant. We are looking for the board to approve both the indoor and the sidewalk cafe portion of the entertainment license, as there is existing live entertainment endorsements in similar blocks. And the enclosed request includes the very timely and in accordance with other regulations, 10 p.m. Ending of such entertainment. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. That was short and sweet. Yeah, you were done before I took notes.
It's getting late, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Cannon. And I'll have the ANC go last. Go ahead, Mr. Cannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that it's a considered desire of this community of Protestants that Barcada's application for outdoor entertainment and the types of activities that they'd like to present outdoors should be denied. I believe, just for all the reasons we mentioned before, that it's an unprecedented intrusion into a very, very overwhelmingly residential neighborhood that has enjoyed peace and quiet for years in our homes. And that, you know, we're not against business. Some of our witnesses have stated, you know, outright that we like the idea of having a restaurant in our neighborhood, but we find that having outdoor entertainment here is just one step too far. And like I said, again, unprecedented and unwarranted. So we would allow the indoor entertainment as long as it meets the sound levels approved by the district government, but certainly no outside entertainment whatsoever.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Lansky. You have the last word.
Thank you. I believe since I just spoke a few minutes ago, it's hard to add anything new. I will just say that one point of clarification is that the DC Noise Act does not have a cutoff. It is valid all day long and all night long. I would just like to state how I would like this to play out if I had to choose myself. I think the application for substantial change in its current form should be denied. I would like for Barcata to come back to us and to the community so that we can do a settlement agreement and then reapply for a license that adheres to those parameters. This is not uncommon. We've done this with, I can't imagine how many at this point, other businesses, and it is basically a policy of this ANC to encourage the use of settlement agreements to make sure that these sort of arrangements where we have businesses and residents in close proximity can be managed and appropriately managed. And I think that that's what I would like to see happen. So my request of the board is to deny the application for outdoor entertainment.
Thank you, sir. All right. I want to thank everyone for their presentation today. The record is now closed. And so what we will do, I will make, yes, the record is now closed. I need to read a statement, and the board will issue a decision in this case in 90 days. But hold on, please.
I don't.
All right. As chairperson of the Alcohol and Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 21 PRO 00070 Barcata Wine Bar, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2574B4 of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 21 PRO 00070 Barcata Wine Bar for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2574B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before now that it's been properly seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Kathy Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Annie Hansen, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 5-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting in the ABC Board Conference Room pursuant to Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act. Again, I would want to thank the parties for their presentation today, and we will issue a decision within 90 days. And all right, so just give me a couple of minutes. I'm going to close the record officially for the day, and so we can adjourn for the day. As chairperson of the Alcohol and Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on March 23rd, 2022 for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigation of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for March 23rd, 2022, as published in DC Register on March 18, 2022. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before it's now that it's been properly seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this aforementioned closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board hearing room bulletin board, placed on electronic calendar on ABRA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank everyone who participated in this hearing today. I would like to also thank all the members of the public who participated virtually in this hearing also today. Thank you very much. Have a great evening, and we are adjourned for the day. I now direct all board members to return to executive session for further development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
We'd have had to wait for another 10 minutes for that.
Wait, don't we?
Should I just close out? Leave it in?